My name is Jessup. I'm a forest ranger up in Northern California. I've seen things before that could scare the wits out of most people, but nothing like what happened that night deep in the forest. It was late September, a Tuesday, I think. The kind of night where the temperature drops fast and you can feel the chill in your bones. I was doing the usual patrol, driving my old truck along a winding dirt road that cut through the forest. It's part of the job, checking for illegal camps, making sure no one's out there starting fires or dumping trash, just routine stuff. It was supposed to be a quiet night. I had the window cracked open just a bit. I like to hear the forest, the wind rustling through the pines, the sounds of night creatures moving about. It kept me in tune with things. About halfway through the patrol, though, I started to notice something strange. There was this sound, a low rhythmic thud coming from deep within the woods. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal crashing through the underbrush, but it wasn't random. It had a pattern to it. Thud. Pause. Thud. It almost sounded like something knocking on wood. I slowed the truck and eventually pulled over to the side of the dirt road. I shut off the engine, killed the headlights, and let the dark surround me. The only light came from the stars, scattered above, like pinpricks in a black canvas. I listened. Thud. There it was again, closer than before. I grabbed my flashlight and my radio. A part of me was saying, "This is stupid. It's probably just some idiot messing around in the woods." But I couldn't just drive away. It's my job to check things out. I took a breath, opened the door, and stepped out into the cold. The air was crisp, biting at my face and hands. I walked toward the sound. The flashlight beam cut a narrow path through the trees, the yellow light bouncing off trunks and brambles. I could hear my own footsteps crunching over the underbrush, every crack of a twig sounding too loud, too intrusive. The thudding continued, steady, like a heartbeat. I could feel my own heart picking up speed, echoing that rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. I moved carefully, ducking under branches, trying not to make too much noise. There was a strange feeling building in my gut, something between curiosity and dread. I've been a ranger for almost 10 years. I know the forest, the sounds, the animals. But this was different. This felt wrong. After a while, I saw something. A dark shape, large, looming between the trees. My flashlight didn't reach far enough to get a clear look. I clicked the beam off, afraid of giving away my position. I crouched behind a fallen log, peering through the branches. I waited, trying to make sense of the shape in front of me. It was standing, tall, taller than any person. It moved slightly, and I saw its arm, long, with hair hanging off in clumps, almost blending with the shadows. Then it happened. The creature, whatever it was, turned its head. I couldn't see its eyes, but I could feel it looking right at me. My stomach dropped. My hands went cold, slick with sweat. It was like every muscle in my body just locked up. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I was frozen there, like prey trying to avoid the gaze of a predator. The creature made a noise, then a low, guttural sound, like a cross between a growl and a grunt, the kind of sound that vibrated in your chest. It took a step forward, and I could hear the weight of it. The ground seemed to shudder under its step, the way it does when a bear moves nearby. Only this thing wasn't a bear. It was walking on 2 legs. I swallowed, my mouth dry as dust. I knew I needed to move, to get back to the truck, but my body wasn't listening. I watched as the creature turned away, stepping into the shadows of the trees. It moved so fast and so quietly. 1 second it was there, the next it was just gone, like it had melted into the forest. I finally exhaled. My hands were shaking. I fumbled for my radio, but my fingers were so stiff it slipped out of my grasp and hit the ground with a soft thud. I cursed under my breath, grabbing it and getting to my feet. I started moving backward, slow at first, trying to avoid making noise. The last thing I wanted was to draw its attention again. When I was far enough away, I turned and ran. Branches slapped my face, snagged at my clothes, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out. I reached the edge of the woods, the road barely visible under the dim starlight. My truck was still there, a comforting shape in the dark. I stumbled toward it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I got in, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My heart was pounding, and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I sat there for a minute, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself that maybe I had imagined it, that maybe it was just an animal and my mind had played tricks on me. But the fear was too real, the sound of those footsteps, the weight behind them, it was no trick of the imagination. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. I flicked on the headlights, half expecting to see something standing in the road, but there was nothing, just the empty forest, silent and still. I put the truck in gear and drove, faster than I probably should have on that winding dirt road. But I didn't care. I needed to get away from whatever was out there. When I got back to the ranger station, I parked and just sat there, staring at the steering wheel. My hands were still shaking. I couldn't get the image out of my head, of that dark shape, those long arms, the way it moved. I thought about reporting it, but what would I say? I saw something in the woods, something big. No one would believe me. They'd laugh it off, call it a bear or maybe some guy in a costume. Hell, part of me wanted to believe that too, but I knew it wasn't. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear those thudding footsteps, feel that gaze on me again. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if I could have done something different, if I should have tried to get closer, to get a better look. But the fear was still too fresh, too raw. I knew I'd done the right thing by getting out of there. Over the next few days, I went back to my usual patrols. But every time I drove down that dirt road, I felt a chill run down my spine. I kept my window shut, kept my eyes scanning the trees, looking for any sign of movement. I didn't hear the thudding sound again, but the forest felt different, like it was watching me, like it knew I was there. A week later, I decided to go back to the spot. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that it was all in my head. Maybe I wanted to find some kind of evidence, something I could show to make sense of what I'd seen. I parked the truck in the same spot and stepped out. It was early morning this time, the sun just starting to rise, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I walked back into the woods, my flashlight off, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. The air was cold, my breath visible in short puffs. I moved slowly, listening, every crack of a twig making me tense up. When I got close to where I thought I'd seen the creature, I started looking around for any signs, tracks, broken branches, anything that could tell me I hadn't imagined it. That's when I found them, the tracks. They were faint, but they were there, pressed into the soft earth, large, with toes. Not a bear, not human. My heart started pounding again, and I knelt down, touching the edge of one of the prints. It was real. I wasn't crazy. Something had been there. I stood up, scanning the trees, feeling that same sense of dread creeping up my spine. I knew I needed to leave, that staying there any longer wasn't a good idea. I turned and started walking back, my pace quickening with every step. The forest felt too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your skin prickle, like something's about to happen. As I reached the edge of the woods, I heard it again. That low, rhythmic thud. My body went cold, and I turned, my eyes darting between the trees, searching for the source. I couldn't see anything, but I knew it was there, watching me. I didn't wait. I ran the rest of the way to the truck, my boots pounding against the ground, my breath coming in ragged bursts. I got in, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. My hands were shaking worse this time, my heart hammering in my chest. I knew then that whatever it wasn't just passing through, it was still there, and it didn't want me in its forest. I stopped taking that route for my patrols after that. I told my supervisor I thought the area might be unstable, that there were signs of erosion on the road. He didn't question it. I think he could see something in my eyes, something that told him not to push. I wasn't about to argue. To this day, I don't know what I saw out there. I don't know if it was an animal, some kind of undiscovered species, or something else entirely, but I know it was real. I felt it. I heard it. And I know that whatever it was, it didn't want me there. It was its forest, not mine, and I was just a visitor, one that had overstayed his welcome. I still think about it sometimes, when I'm out on patrol, when I'm alone in the woods. I can't help but remember that night, the way it looked at me, the sound of its footsteps, the weight of its presence. It's a feeling that stays with you, that sense of being small, powerless, in the face of something you don't understand. The forest isn't the same for me anymore. It's still beautiful, still wild, but there's a darkness to it now. A reminder that there are things out there we don't know, things that move in the shadows, watching, waiting, and maybe that's how it's meant to be. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Maybe some things are better left alone. Story 2. It started as just another hike. I had a week off and decided to head out to Olympic National Park, get a bit of fresh air. The place was always quiet this time of year. Few tourists, fewer campers. I liked that. I liked the stillness of the forest, the raw smell of the pines. I'd been there many times before, but this time I wanted to venture deeper, off the typical trails where you could actually feel alone. Maybe even see a bit of wildlife. The sun was high and the sky was clear. It was one of those perfect hiking days, crisp but not cold, sun warming the top of my head while my boots crunched the forest floor beneath me. My backpack was light. I had enough food and water for the day, and I wasn't planning to camp. Just an in and out to clear my head from weeks of staring at a computer screen. I was walking along a narrow trail that snaked through the dense woods, following the steady climb of the hills. There was no one else around, and I hadn't seen another hiker for hours. I liked it that way. No people, no noise, just the birds, the rustle of the trees, and my own footsteps. That's when I first heard it, a sound that didn't fit in with the rest. A snap, loud and sharp, a branch breaking somewhere to my right, deep in the woods. It was enough to stop me in my tracks, my ears immediately straining in that direction. The birds had gone quiet, I noticed. There was nothing now, just a heavy silence, and then the distant rustle of leaves again. I thought it was probably a deer, maybe a bear, though it seemed odd for a bear to be moving in the middle of the day like this. I shrugged it off and moved on. Bears were common here, and I'd seen a few on hikes before. They usually kept their distance, and I'd do the same. But the sound of that snap stuck with me. It wasn't like an animal walking through brush. It sounded deliberate, heavy, almost like something stepped on it with real force. I kept walking, my eyes scanning the tree line now, just being a bit more careful. My senses were on high alert, every sound echoing louder than before. A few times I paused to listen, thinking I heard something moving in the underbrush. But there was nothing, just the whisper of wind through the branches. I must have walked another mile before I heard it again. This time it was closer. It was the same sharp snap of wood, the crunch of dry branches. My body tensed, my heart began pounding. I turned, my eyes darting to where the noise came from. My breath caught in my chest. I saw it, something large, standing partly obscured by a cluster of firs. At first, I thought it was a shadow, maybe just an oddly shaped trunk, but it moved. I froze, staring at it, trying to make out what it was. There, maybe 50 yards away, was a figure. Big, massive, standing on two legs. It was covered in dark hair, blending into the trees. I couldn't see its face clearly, just the outline of its body. It was tall, taller than any person, and thickly built. For a moment, I thought it was someone in a suit, a prank or something. But that didn't make sense. No one was out here. No one would be messing around in a get-up like that, not this deep in the woods. I swallowed hard and slowly reached for my phone. My hand was trembling. The phone almost slipped out of my grip. The figure shifted. It stepped backward, away from the clearing, its movements quiet, deliberate. It knew I was there. It knew I was watching. And just as quickly as I saw it, it melted back into the forest, gone behind the dense trunks. I stood there, my heart thundering in my ears, feeling that cold sweat break out along my spine. My eyes scanned the trees where it had been, trying to find any trace, any movement. Nothing, just shadows. My breathing was shallow now, every muscle in my body tense. I knew I had to move, had to get out of there. Whatever that thing was, I didn't want to be around if it decided to come back. I forced myself to turn, my legs moving in quick strides, almost a jog now. The trail was narrow, winding, and every snap of a twig made me flinch, my head snapping to the side to see if it was following. I wasn't even sure what I had seen. It looked like a person, but not. Too big, too broad, covered in hair. I shook my head, my mouth dry. I couldn't explain it, but I had no intention of hanging around to get a better look. As I moved down the trail, I realized how far I had come. I was miles from the car, deep into the park, with no cell service. I kept my pace brisk, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line on either side, ears straining for any hint of movement. The forest felt different now. The peacefulness had turned into something oppressive. Every sound was amplified, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. I rounded a bend in the trail and stumbled, almost falling over my own feet as I came to a sudden stop. The path ahead was blocked. Trees, big ones, had been pushed over, as if something massive had come through and toppled them. The trunks were splintered, leaves scattered across the ground. My stomach twisted, and I felt a cold dread settle in my chest. There was no way those trees had come down on their own. The way they lay, it was almost as if they'd been pushed deliberately, blocking the trail. I looked around, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. Something was out here. It wasn't just wandering, it was aware of me, and it was trying to keep me from leaving. Panic started to bubble up, and I forced myself to take a deep breath. I had to stay calm. I couldn't go back the way I came. That thing could be anywhere. I looked for another way around, pushing through the underbrush, branches scratching at my face and arms. I needed to get out, needed to find the main trail again. The forest was thick here, the trees pressing in from all sides, and I could feel the weight of it, like the entire forest was watching. I moved as quickly as I could, trying to keep my bearings. I slipped down a small incline, nearly twisting my ankle, catching myself just in time. The ground was uneven, and every step felt like a struggle. Then I heard it again, that heavy crunch of something moving, close now, too close. I ducked behind a tree, my heart hammering in my chest. I held my breath, peering around the trunk. There, between the trees, I saw it again. That same massive figure, moving silently, its head turning as if it was searching for something. It was looking for me. My heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't make a sound. I watched as it moved past, its steps deliberate, its body swaying slightly with each stride. It was so close, I could see the matted hair that covered its back, the sheer size of its hands as they brushed against the trees. It was real. This thing was real. I waited, my muscles aching from staying so still until it disappeared from view. Slowly, I let out the breath I'd been holding, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I needed to move, needed to put as much distance between me and that thing as possible. I moved again, this time more cautiously, trying to keep quiet, trying not to draw attention. The forest was a maze, and I had lost the trail completely. I pushed forward, not even sure if I was heading in the right direction. My only thought was to keep moving, keep putting distance between me and whatever was out there. My feet ached, my legs felt heavy, but I couldn't stop. Every time I slowed, I felt that same cold dread creeping back in, that feeling of being watched. Hours seemed to pass, the sun starting to dip lower in the sky, the shadows growing longer. I was exhausted, my body on the verge of giving out, but I couldn't stop. I kept pushing forward until finally, mercifully, I saw a break in the trees. I stumbled out onto a wider trail, one that I recognized, a main trail, one that led back towards the park entrance. Relief flooded over me, and I nearly collapsed right there. I wasn't safe yet, but I was closer. I forced myself to keep moving, my pace quickening with the hope of getting out before nightfall. The sky was already starting to darken, and I knew I didn't want to be out here when it was pitch black. I could still hear the occasional rustle behind me, the sound of branches snapping in the distance. It wasn't over. Whatever that thing was, it was still out there, still watching. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just kept moving, my legs burning, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally I saw it, the parking lot, the glint of my car in the fading light. I broke into a run, my feet pounding the ground, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. I reached the car, fumbling with the keys, my hands trembling so badly I nearly dropped them. I managed to unlock the door, throwing myself inside and slamming it shut behind me. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The forest loomed around me, dark and silent now. I half expected to see that figure step out of the tree line, to see those eyes watching me again. But there was nothing, just the empty parking lot and the trees beyond. I started the car, the engine roaring to life, and I pulled out of there as fast as I could, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, the park far behind me. My hands were still shaking, my heart still pounding. I couldn't get the image out of my head, that massive figure, the way it moved, the way it seemed to know exactly where I was. I don't know what I saw that day. I don't know if anyone would believe me if I told them, but I know it was real. I know what I saw, and I know I never want to go back there again. The forest, once a place of peace for me, had turned into something else, something dangerous, something unknown. I haven't been hiking since. Maybe one day I'll get the courage to go back, to step onto a trail again, but for now I'm staying away. Because whatever is out there, whatever I saw, I don't want to see it again, and I don't want it to see me. Story 3. My name is Armand, and I've always been a man who likes solitude. There's a kind of freedom that comes with being out in the wild, away from everything and everyone. On this particular day, I was deep in the Appalachian backcountry, far away from any trails or human sounds. It was a place I had marked on a map long ago, wanting to see for myself what secrets it held. The air was cool, with a slight breeze moving through the pines. The forest was quiet that morning, only the occasional chatter of birds breaking the stillness. I had my pack strapped tight and my boots were well worn, perfect for navigating the uneven ground. The valley ahead looked untouched. It was the kind of place people might not have walked through in decades, if ever. That thought made me smile. I was stepping through some underbrush when I caught a whiff of something sharp and rank. It hit me hard, like a wave of ammonia mixed with rot. I stopped and took a breath through my mouth, trying to avoid gagging. It wasn't an animal smell I recognized, nothing like a deer, a bear, or even a carcass that had been left to decay. This was different, almost chemical, I pushed ahead, keeping my steps slow. The smell grew stronger. I scanned the area, my eyes darting from one tree trunk to the next, looking for any movement, anything that might explain it. And then, through the thicket of pines, I saw something. At first, it was just a flicker of movement, a dark shape slipping between the trees on the other side of the clearing. My pulse quickened. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was big. Taller than me, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and bulky. It moved with a strange, almost deliberate grace, each step placing it silently through the underbrush. I squatted down behind a fallen log, trying to get a better look without drawing attention. I waited, my breaths coming short and shallow. The shape moved again, stepping out from behind a tree. My eyes widened. It wasn't a bear, too upright, too humanoid. Its arms hung low, almost to its knees, and its body was covered in thick, dark hair. The way it walked, the purposeful way it moved, it was like it knew exactly where it wanted to go. My hands tightened around the log, the rough bark pressing into my palms. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, but I knew it wasn't something I should be seeing. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, but I couldn't look away. I watched as it moved toward the edge of the clearing, stopping now and then to touch the ground or press its hand against a tree trunk, like it was looking for something. Then it happened. It turned just slightly, and I saw its face. It wasn't clear, not from this distance, but I could make out the features, deep-set eyes, a wide, flat nose, a heavy brow. Its gaze swept the clearing, and for a moment I thought it might have seen me. My muscles went rigid. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, and I tried to stay perfectly still, barely even breathing. It made a noise then, a low grunt, almost like it was frustrated. The sound carried across the clearing, a deep vibration that I could feel in my bones. It took a step back, then another, and turned away, disappearing into the denser part of the forest. I stayed crouched behind the log, listening to the sound of branches snapping and the rustle of leaves until it faded into silence. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity. My legs were starting to cramp, but I was too afraid to make a sound, afraid that it might come back. I strained my ears, trying to pick up anything. Footsteps, breathing, anything that might tell me where it had gone. Nothing. Just the forest, as silent as it had been before. Slowly, I stood up, my knees aching. I scanned the clearing, but there was no sign of it. The smell had faded too, leaving just the crisp scent of pine and earth. I took a step back, then another, my eyes still on the trees. My body felt tight, every muscle ready to spring. I knew I needed to leave, to get away from that place as fast as I could. I turned and started moving, keeping low, trying to stay quiet. My mind was racing, a jumble of thoughts that didn't make sense. What had I just seen? Was it real? My rational mind was trying to tell me it had to be a bear, maybe standing upright, but I knew better. Bears don't move like that. They don't walk like that. And they sure as hell don't look at you like they're trying to figure out if you're a threat. The hike back was a blur. My senses were on high alert, every rustle of leaves making me flinch, every shadow making my heart skip a beat. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that dark shape again, following me, but it never did. The forest was empty, or at least it seemed that way. When I finally reached my camp, I threw my pack down and collapsed onto a rock, my legs trembling. I could still feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins, my body shaky and tired. I looked around, my eyes scanning the trees, half expecting to see those deep-set eyes staring back at me from the shadows. I stayed there for a while, just listening, trying to calm my breathing. Slowly, the normal sounds of the forest started to come back, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the chirping of birds. It almost felt like the forest was telling me it was okay now, that whatever I'd seen was gone. I knew I had to make a decision. Stay the night and risk another encounter, or pack up and get out while I still had daylight. I didn't think twice. I started breaking down camp, my hands moving fast, almost on autopilot. I wasn't about to stick around to see if that thing decided to come back. As I packed, I kept glancing toward the tree line, my ears straining for any sign of movement. The feeling of being watched hadn't left me. It clung to me, a cold knot in my gut. I had the fire pit doused, my gear packed, and within minutes I was on the move again, heading back toward the trailhead. My steps were quick, almost a jog, but I tried to stay as quiet as I could. The sun was dipping low, the shadows growing longer, and I knew I needed to hurry. The thought of being caught out here after dark made my skin crawl. I kept my eyes on the path ahead, but my ears were tuned to everything around me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush set my nerves on edge. I made it back to my truck just as the last of the light was fading. The sight of it was like a lifeline, a way out of this place. I unlocked the door, threw my pack inside, and climbed in, slamming the door behind me. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to steady my breathing. I could still feel the tightness in my chest, the lingering fear that something might come charging out of the woods at any second. I started the engine, the sound breaking the silence, and put the truck in gear. I didn't look back as I drove away, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. The forest blurred past, dark and endless, and I kept my foot on the gas, wanting nothing more than to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. Even now, I can't shake the feeling of that day. The way it moved, the way it looked at me. It wasn't something I could easily forget. I've been out in those woods plenty of times since then, but I've never gone back to that valley. Some places are meant to be left alone, and whatever was out there, it wanted to be left alone too. I still think about it. Late at night, when the world is quiet and my mind starts to wander, I wonder if it's still out there, moving through the trees, watching, waiting. And I wonder if it saw me as a threat, or just another creature passing through its territory. I guess I'll never know. But one thing's for sure, I won't be going back to find out. Story 4. I didn't think much about danger that night. We were supposed to have a relaxing time, just me, my husband Rick, our daughter Emily, and our golden retriever, Max. It was late September, right before the chill of fall really started to bite, and we wanted one last camping trip. The Blue Ridge Mountains seemed perfect, a small, simple campsite near a lake, just us and the stars. We set up camp by late afternoon. The fire pit was set, the tents were ready. Rick was putting up the tarp between a couple of trees, just in case it rained, while Emily was busy throwing sticks for Max to fetch. The sound of the woods around us, birds chirping, insects buzzing, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, felt right. It felt peaceful, and I liked that. We roasted marshmallows as the sun dipped behind the hills. The sky turned dark fast, the forest closing in. Emily sat on Rick's lap, her eyes wide as he told her one of his silly camping stories. The fire crackled, the flames throwing shadows across the clearing. The quiet was deep, with the occasional hoot of an owl or a rustle of some small animal in the underbrush. And then there was that sound, a grunting noise, a deep, guttural rumble, so out of place that it made me snap my head up. I looked at Rick, and he paused mid-sentence. His eyes met mine, and I saw that he'd heard it too. Max, normally carefree, had his ears perked, staring off into the darkness beyond the campfire. He let out a low growl. "What was that?" Emily asked, her voice small, her eyes turning toward me. "Probably just a deer," I said, trying to sound casual, even though my stomach twisted. "Deer don't grunt like that. Not that deep, not that close." Rick stood up, slowly, and looked out into the trees. "Stay by the fire, hun," he said to me, his voice barely above a whisper. He picked up the flashlight, clicking it on, the beam slicing into the dark. I watched as he moved toward the edge of the clearing, the light dancing across trunks and underbrush. "Rick," I called out. I hated the unease in my voice, but it was there, and I couldn't hide it. He didn't answer right away, just kept sweeping the light, the beam flickering with each step he took. He finally turned back to me. "Nothing. Must have been an animal. But let's keep the fire up, yeah?" I nodded, though I didn't feel better. Max was still uneasy, his hackles raised, pacing near Emily. That wasn't like him. He was a friendly dog, hardly ever barked, and here he was, growling at the darkness like he was ready to fight. Rick came back and put more wood on the fire, the flames jumping higher. I kept my eyes on the trees, watching for any movement. Nothing, just darkness and the quiet weight of the forest. Emily was getting tired. Her head rested on my shoulder, her eyes half closed. I decided it was time for her to go to sleep. "Let's get you to bed, sweetheart," I whispered, picking her up and carrying her toward the tent. She mumbled something, already half asleep. I zipped the tent up behind us, the fabric suddenly feeling very thin, very fragile. I laid her down on her sleeping bag, tucking her in, trying to shake the feeling of something watching us. I could hear Rick outside, the sound of him poking at the fire, the snap of branches as he added more wood. I stayed with Emily until her breathing was slow and steady, then carefully unzipped the tent and stepped back out. The fire was still going, but Rick looked tense. He wasn't sitting, just standing there, staring out at the woods. "Still nothing?" I asked, keeping my voice low. He shook his head, his jaw clenched. "I don't know, just feels off, like something's out there." He turned to me, his eyes shadowed. "Max won't settle. He keeps pacing." I looked at Max, and sure enough, he was still circling the campfire, his nose low to the ground, sniffing, his growl rumbling every now and then. It set my nerves on edge. We sat by the fire, the minutes ticking by slowly. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the darkness, had my heart jumping. I tried to tell myself it was just animals, raccoons, maybe a bear somewhere far off. But there was something different about the quiet. It wasn't natural. It was heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. Then, out of nowhere, there was another sound, a low, rumbling grunt, followed by a loud crack, like wood splitting. It was closer this time, much closer. My body went rigid, my breath caught in my throat. Rick swung the flashlight toward the noise, and I could see his hand trembling slightly. "Who's there?" he called, his voice carrying into the darkness, swallowed up by the trees. There was no answer, just silence, the kind of silence that makes your skin prickle, that makes you feel like you're not alone. I stood up, moving closer to Rick, my eyes straining against the dark. The firelight flickered, throwing shadows that seemed to move and shift. Max barked suddenly, a sharp, loud sound that made me jump. He was staring at the edge of the clearing, his body tense, his teeth bared. Rick pointed the flashlight in that direction, and that's when I saw it, a shape, just at the edge of the light. Tall, broad, covered in dark fur. It was standing there, just beyond the trees, almost blending in with the shadows. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might be sick. "Rick," I whispered, grabbing his arm. He didn't move, didn't breathe. He just stared. The shape shifted, stepping back into the darkness, disappearing from the light. I could feel the blood drain from my face, my hands going cold. It was real. There was something out there, watching us. "We need to go," Rick said, his voice low and urgent. He didn't take his eyes off the tree line. "We need to get to the car now." I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. I moved to the tent, unzipping it as quietly as I could. Emily was still asleep, her small face peaceful, unaware of the fear gripping us. I scooped her up, trying not to jostle her too much. She stirred but didn't wake, her head resting against my shoulder. Rick grabbed the car keys and the flashlight, keeping the beam pointed toward the trees. Max was still growling, his eyes locked on the darkness. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. We moved slowly, every step deliberate, trying not to make noise. The car was parked about 50 yards away, down a narrow path through the woods. It felt like a mile. Every step, I expected to hear that thing behind us, to feel it reach out and grab me. The trees pressed in from all sides, the dark thick and heavy. Rick led the way, the flashlight flickering slightly, his hand unsteady. Max stayed close, his body low, his ears back. He was scared. I'd never seen him like that before, and it terrified me. Dogs know. They know when something isn't right. We reached the car, and Rick fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking. He got the door open, and I slipped inside, Emily still in my arms. I laid her across the back seat, my eyes never leaving the trees. Rick opened the passenger door for Max, and the dog jumped in, still growling low in his throat. Rick got in, slamming the door shut, locking it. The sound of the locks clicking into place was the only thing that made me feel a little safer. He started the car, the engine roaring to life, the headlights cutting through the dark. For a moment, I thought I saw it again, a flash of movement, something slipping between the trees, away from the light. Rick didn't wait. He put the car in gear, and we started down the dirt road, the tires crunching over gravel and fallen leaves. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that thing running after us, but there was nothing, just the dark, empty forest. We drove in silence, the tension thick between us. Emily was still asleep, oblivious to everything. Max had finally stopped growling, but he was alert, his eyes fixed on the window, his ears twitching. I could feel my hands shaking, my entire body still on edge. "What was that?" I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't expect an answer. I don't think Rick had one. He just shook his head, his eyes fixed on the road. "I don't know," he said. "But we're not going back there." I nodded, swallowing hard. I didn't want to go back, not ever. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something I wanted to understand. It wasn't something I wanted to face again. The rest of the drive was quiet. The road winding down through the mountains, the trees slowly thinning as we got closer to civilization. It wasn't until we saw the lights of a small town that I finally let out the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. We found a motel, one of those small roadside places with a neon sign that flickered. Rick checked us in, and we brought Emily inside, laying her down on one of the beds. She didn't wake, just turned over, her breathing steady. Max lay down by the door, his body finally relaxing. Rick and I sat on the other bed, the silence between us heavy. I could see the fear still in his eyes, the confusion. I felt it too. There were no answers, no explanations, just that shape in the dark, that feeling of being watched, of being hunted. "We're not telling her," Rick said, his voice firm. "Not until she's older. She doesn't need to know." I nodded, agreed. We didn't sleep much that night. Every noise made me jump, every creak of the building setting my nerves on edge. Rick stayed by the window, peering out into the parking lot, the flashlight still in his hand. I lay next to Emily, my arm around her, trying to keep her close, trying to keep her safe. Morning came slowly, the light creeping in through the thin curtains. It felt surreal, like the night before had been a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't. I could still feel the fear, the adrenaline, the raw, primal instinct that had taken over. We packed up and left as soon as Emily woke. She was confused, asking why we weren't still camping, why we hadn't stayed another night like we planned. I told her there was a storm coming, that it wasn't safe. It wasn't a complete lie. There was something out there, and it wasn't safe. Not for us. Not for anyone. We drove home in silence, the mountains fading behind us, the trees giving way to open roads and the safety of familiar places. I kept looking in the side mirror, half expecting to see that shape again, to see those dark eyes watching us. But there was nothing, just the road and the sky and the endless stretch of distance between us and those woods. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't want to know. I just know that it was real, that it was out there, and that it was watching us, and that's enough. That's all I need to know to keep away, to never go back. Some things are better left unknown. Some things should stay in the dark, where they belong. Story 5. I've been a park ranger for almost 20 years. I've seen a lot out here in the Alaskan wilderness. Tourists getting lost, wildlife getting too close for comfort, and even the occasional bear attack, but nothing had ever felt like this. It was late October, and I was doing my usual rounds, driving the old Jeep down one of the isolated service roads. It was a beautiful day, cold but clear, the kind of day that made the air feel sharp in your lungs. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the land, the trees bare as winter approached. I liked being out here this time of year. Fewer people meant fewer problems. Just me and the wilderness. I'd just finished checking one of the remote campgrounds, making sure everything was in order. It was empty. No campers this time of year, just the remnants of old fire pits and a few beer cans some idiot left behind. I picked up the cans, tossed them in the back of the Jeep, and started heading back down the road. It was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you notice the absence of sound. No birds, no wind through the branches, just the crunch of the tires over the gravel. Then I heard it, a sound that made me stop cold. It was a scream, but not like anything I'd ever heard before. High-pitched, almost human, but too loud, echoing off the trees. I braked hard, the Jeep lurching to a stop, my ears straining to pinpoint where it came from. I turned the engine off, and the silence that followed was deafening. I sat there, my hands on the steering wheel, listening. There it was again, far off, deeper in the forest, that same scream, long and mournful, sending a shiver down my spine. It wasn't an animal I recognized. I've heard wolves, bears, even a mountain lion once, but this was different. Something about it felt wrong. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, my radio crackling as I clicked it on. Ranger post, this is Edgar. You copy. My voice sounded tight, strained. Static buzzed back at me. No answer. Typical. Reception out here was always spotty. I stepped out of the Jeep, the cold air biting into my face, my boots crunching on the gravel. I scanned the tree line, the flashlight beam cutting through the growing shadows. Nothing. Just trees and more trees, the underbrush thick and uninviting. I didn't want to go out there, not alone, but I had to check. It could be someone hurt, a lost hiker, though God knows what they'd be doing out here this time of year. I took a deep breath, the cold air stinging my lungs, and started walking toward where I thought the sound had come from. Each step felt heavy, deliberate, my boots sinking into the damp earth. I kept the flashlight beam moving, sweeping it back and forth. The light flickered slightly, and I gave it a shake. Typical. The forest closed in around me, the bare branches reaching overhead like skeletal fingers. I could feel the silence pressing down, every crunch of a leaf under my boot sounding too loud, like I was disturbing something I shouldn't be. My breath fogged in front of me, and I could hear my heartbeat, a steady thud in my ears. Then another sound, a rustle, off to my left. I stopped, the flashlight jerking in that direction. I couldn't see anything, just the dense underbrush, dark shadows that seemed to move when I blinked. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. "Hello?" I called out, my voice breaking the silence. It echoed, then died away, swallowed by the forest. No answer. I waited, every muscle tensed, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in my hand. Another rustle, closer this time, followed by a low grunt. Not human. It was deep, guttural, like the sound a bear might make, but different, too long, too purposeful. My skin prickled. a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead despite the chill. I took a step back, then another, the beam of the flashlight still aimed at the dark. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Something watching, something just beyond the edge of the light. My heart started pounding faster, the instinct to run almost overwhelming, but I knew better. Running in the woods at night was a good way to break an ankle, or worse. I forced myself to take another breath, slow, deliberate, and turned back the way I came. I needed to get back to the jeep, get on the radio, call for backup. Whatever was out here, I didn't want to face it alone. I kept the flashlight pointed at the ground in front of me, moving as quickly as I could without tripping over the underbrush. My ears strained for any sound, any hint that whatever was out there was following. The silence was worse than the noise. Every second that passed without hearing something making my skin crawl. Then I heard it, footsteps, heavy, deliberate, matching my pace. I stopped, and they stopped. I started again, and there it was, that same crunch of leaves, that same heavy step. My stomach twisted, fear clawing at my insides. I broke into a jog, the beam of the flashlight bouncing wildly as I tried to stay on the path. The footsteps followed, faster now, keeping up. I could hear them behind me, growing closer, the sound almost drowned out by the rush of blood in my ears. The jeep was in sight, parked just off the road where I'd left it. I sprinted the last few yards, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my chest burning. I reached the door, yanking it open, practically throwing myself inside. I slammed it shut, locking it, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the keys. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisting it, the engine roaring to life. I flicked on the headlights, the beams cutting through the darkness. And there, at the edge of the clearing, just for a second, I saw it. A shape. Tall, broad, covered in dark hair, it stood there, just beyond the reach of the light, staring at me. I didn't wait. I threw the jeep into gear, the tires spinning in the gravel before catching, lurching forward. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following. The road twisted through the trees, the headlights barely cutting through the gloom. I drove faster than I should have, the jeep bouncing over the uneven ground, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds. Nothing, just darkness, the forest receding behind me. I reached the ranger station in record time, the building a welcome sight, its lights glowing warmly in the night. I pulled up, parking haphazardly, practically falling out of the jeep as I ran for the door. I burst inside, the warmth of the heater hitting me, the familiar smell of coffee and old wood. Edgar? It was Paul, the other ranger on duty. He looked up from his desk, his eyes widening when he saw me. "What the hell happened to you?" I was breathing hard, my chest still tight, the words caught in my throat. I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath, my hands still shaking. "There's something out there," I managed to say, my voice barely a whisper. Paul frowned, standing up, his expression shifting from concern to confusion. "What do you mean, something? A bear?" I shook my head. "No, not a bear, bigger. On two legs. It was following me." Paul stared at me for a moment, then grabbed his radio. "All right, let's get some backup out there. We'll check it out." I wanted to tell him no, that it wasn't safe, that whatever was out there wasn't something we should be messing with, but the words wouldn't come. I just nodded, sinking into one of the chairs, my body suddenly feeling heavy, drained. Paul radioed for help, his voice calm, professional. I listened, my eyes staring at the floor, my mind replaying what I'd seen, that shape at the edge of the light, the way it had just stood there, watching, like it knew I couldn't do anything. Within an hour, more rangers arrived. I could hear the rumble of their trucks pulling up outside, the sound of boots on the wooden steps. Paul and a couple of others came over, their faces serious. "Edgar, show us where you saw it," Paul said, his hand on my shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I nodded, though every part of me wanted to say no, to stay here where it was warm and safe. We headed out, the convoy of trucks making its way back up the road. I was in the passenger seat, Paul driving, the radio crackling with chatter. The headlights cut through the darkness, the trees looming tall on either side. My stomach was in knots, my hands clenched into fists on my lap. We reached the spot where I'd left the jeep, the trucks pulling to a stop. Paul killed the engine, the sudden silence deafening. The other rangers got out, flashlights clicking on, beams cutting through the dark. "All right, Edgar," Paul said, looking at me. "Show us where you saw it." I swallowed, my throat dry, and stepped out of the truck. The air was colder now, the wind picking up, rustling through the trees. I pointed toward the clearing, my hand trembling. It was there, just at the edge of the light. Paul nodded, signaling to the others. We moved forward, the flashlights bobbing, the crunch of our boots the only sound. I kept close to Paul, my eyes scanning the darkness, every shadow looking like it might move. We reached the clearing, the flashlights sweeping back and forth. Nothing, just trees and underbrush, the forest silent and still. One of the rangers, a guy named Mike, called out, "Hey, over here, I got something." We moved toward him, my heart pounding in my chest. Mike was crouched down, his flashlight aimed at the ground. There, in the dirt, was a footprint, huge, deep, the outline clear in the mud. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. Paul knelt down, his brow furrowing as he studied it. He looked up at me, his face pale in the flashlight's glow. "You weren't kidding, Edgar. This is something else." I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. I could feel that same fear creeping back in, the sense that we were being watched, that whatever had made that print was still out there, somewhere in the dark. "All right," Paul said, standing up, his voice steady. "Let's head back. We'll report this, get some experts out here. Whatever it is, we're not equipped to handle it." We turned back, the flashlights swinging around, the beams catching on branches, the underbrush. I could feel my legs trembling, my body tense, every nerve on edge. We moved quickly, the rangers talking in low voices, their eyes darting to the shadows. We made it back to the trucks, and I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. We climbed in, the engines rumbling to life, the headlights flaring. Paul looked at me, his expression serious. "We're going to figure this out, Edgar. Don't worry." I nodded, though I wasn't sure I believed him. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something that could be explained easily. It wasn't something that should be out here in these woods. We drove back to the station, the forest slowly fading behind us, the darkness giving way to the soft glow of the station lights. I could still feel that fear, that sense of being hunted, and I knew that whatever it wasn't gone. It was still out there, somewhere, waiting. I haven't gone back to that part of the park since. I let the other rangers handle it, let the experts come in and poke around. But they didn't find anything. No more tracks, no signs, no strange screams in the night, just empty woods, silent and still. But I know what I saw, and I know that somewhere deep in those woods it's still out there, watching, waiting, and I hope I never see it again. Story 6. My name's Roy, and I've hunted in the woods of North Dakota for as long as I can remember. I'm used to the silence, the cold, the long hours of waiting, and I've always been comfortable out there. But there was one morning, not too long ago, that still makes my stomach twist every time I think about it. It was late October, the kind of cold that's biting but still bearable, the sun just creeping over the horizon and casting a dull orange glow over the frost-covered fields. I had my rifle, some sandwiches in my pack, and a thermos of coffee. I knew the area well, a few hours into the forest from where I parked my truck. I was after deer, and I had a spot in mind, a small clearing where I'd been lucky before. I got to the clearing just as the light was starting to spread through the forest. It was still early, and the air was dead quiet. That kind of quiet where even your own breath seems to echo. I found a good spot, a few feet from the edge of the clearing, and settled in. I had a tree at my back, rifle resting on my knee, and I was ready to wait. I was comfortable, focused, just watching and listening. A little time went by, maybe an hour. The forest had that early morning stillness, no wind, no noise except the occasional bird chirp. Then I heard something that made my ears perk up. It was faint, but it was there, a branch snapping. I knew the sound, and I knew what it meant. Something big was moving, and it wasn't far off. My pulse picked up a bit, a mix of excitement and focus. I turned my head slowly, trying to gauge the direction. The sound had come from behind me, maybe a little off to the left. I shifted just enough to look over my shoulder. Nothing yet, but I waited, keeping my breathing steady. A few moments later, I saw it, a movement between the trees. Something dark, moving through the brush, but not in a straight line. It wasn't a deer, too tall, too bulky. My first thought was maybe a bear. Bears aren't common in this part of North Dakota, but they aren't impossible. I adjusted my rifle, not planning to shoot, just wanting a better look. It came closer, and I got a better look at it. My breath caught. It was upright, walking, not like a bear on its hind legs, but like a person. My heart started pounding, my fingers suddenly cold against the stock of my rifle. It wasn't a person, though. It was too big, the shoulders too wide, covered in dark fur that almost blended into the shadows of the trees. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breathing steady. I leaned forward a bit, squinting through the brush. The thing stepped into a patch of light, and I could see it clearer now. It was huge, towering, the kind of size that makes everything around it look small. It was moving slowly, almost carefully, like it was looking for something. It stopped, crouching down, one massive arm reaching out to the ground. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. I was frozen, my back pressed against the tree, my fingers gripping the rifle so tight I could feel my knuckles aching. I knew I should have moved, should have done something, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't listen. Then it looked up. I don't know if it saw me or heard me, but its head turned, and for a moment its eyes locked in my direction. I couldn't see them clearly from where I was, but I could feel it, that awareness, that connection when something knows you're there. My stomach dropped. I held my breath, my muscles tight, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stay still. It made a noise then, a kind of low growl, almost like it was frustrated. The sound was deep, rumbling, like it came from the chest. It straightened up, still looking in my direction. I felt a chill run down my spine, the kind of fear that grips you and doesn't let go. This wasn't right. This wasn't normal. Whatever this thing was, it didn't belong here, and neither did I. I watched as it turned slowly and started moving away. It took long, deliberate strides, each step barely making a sound on the forest floor. I waited, counting each step until it disappeared into the shadows again. My chest felt tight, my lungs burning. I let out the breath I hadn't realized I was holding. For a minute, I just sat there, trying to process what I'd seen. My hands were shaking, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts that didn't make sense. I'd seen bears, I'd seen elk, I'd seen every kind of animal that lived in these woods. But this wasn't any of those things. This was something else. I knew I had to get out of there. I couldn't stay, not with whatever that was roaming around. I started packing up, my movements quick but careful, trying not to make noise. Every snap of a twig under my boots made me flinch, my eyes darting to the tree line, expecting to see that shape coming back toward me. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and started moving, keeping my steps light, my ears straining for any sound. The forest felt different now. It wasn't just quiet. It was heavy, like the air itself was pressing down on me. Every shadow seemed darker. Every tree seemed to hide something. I kept my eyes forward, my focus on getting back to my truck. The hike back felt longer than it should have. My senses were on overdrive, every crackle of leaves underfoot making me tense. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see those massive shoulders, that dark figure moving between the trees. But the forest stayed empty, at least as far as I could tell. When I finally saw the road, my truck parked where I'd left it, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I picked up the pace, my boots crunching over the gravel, the sound echoing in the silence. I reached the truck, my hands trembling as I pulled the door open and climbed inside. I locked the doors, even though I knew that probably wouldn't make a difference if that thing decided to come after me. I sat there for a minute, just breathing, my forehead resting against the steering wheel. My hands were slick with sweat, and I could still feel my heart pounding in my ears. I tried to calm down, tried to convince myself that maybe it wasn't what I thought, maybe it was just a bear, maybe my mind had exaggerated it, but I knew better. I knew what I'd seen. I started the engine, the rumble breaking the heavy silence, and I put the truck in drive. The tires crunched over the gravel as I pulled away, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, watching the tree line until it disappeared from view. I kept driving, faster than I probably should have on that rough road, but I didn't care. I needed to get away, needed to put as much distance as I could between me and whatever was out there. By the time I got home, it was late afternoon, the sun starting to dip toward the horizon. I parked the truck in the driveway, but I didn't get out right away. I just sat there, the engine ticking as it cooled, my mind replaying what had happened. I could still see it, clear as day, that dark shape, the way it moved, the way it looked at me. It wasn't something I was going to forget any time soon. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again, that massive figure moving through the trees, the weight of its gaze on me. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, my body tense, my ears straining for sounds that weren't there. I knew I was safe, knew it was miles away, but the fear didn't care. It stayed with me, gnawing at the edges of my mind. In the morning, I tried to go about my day, tried to put it behind me, but I couldn't shake it. The memory clung to me, a constant reminder that there were things out there I didn't understand, things that didn't fit into the world as I knew it. I told myself I wouldn't go back out there, not alone. It wasn't worth the risk, not with whatever that was still out there, but a part of me, a small part, still wanted answers. I wanted to know what it was, to see it again, to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. They wouldn't believe me, or worse, they'd think I was making it up, trying to get attention. So I kept it to myself, the fear, the confusion, the questions. I haven't gone back to that spot, not yet. Maybe I never will. But I still think about it, still wonder if it's out there, moving through the woods, watching, waiting. And I wonder if anyone else has seen it, if anyone else knows. Maybe one day I'll go back, maybe I'll try to find it again, or maybe I'll just leave it alone, let it stay where it is, and hope it does the same for me. Story 7. I didn't expect anything unusual that morning. The Colorado backcountry was as familiar to me as the back of my hand. I'd been hunting these mountains for years, knew every trail, every old logging road. It was early November, the air cold and crisp, my breath puffing in front of me in short, misty clouds. The ground was covered with a light frost, crunching under my boots. I was after elk, but the woods seemed strangely silent. No calls, no rustling, not even a bird in the sky. The morning sun barely filtered through the thick pines, casting everything in dim, grey light. I liked it this way. The solitude, the quiet. It was just me, the mountains, and the thrill of the hunt. I had my rifle strapped across my shoulder, a thermos of coffee in my pack, and enough gear to keep me out there for days, if I needed it. But that day, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. Just a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Around mid-morning, I found some tracks, big ones, fresh in the damp earth, leading into a thick patch of woods. My first thought was bear. They were bigger than anything I'd seen from an elk or deer, and the way the toes spread suggested something that walked with a lot of weight. I crouched down, running my fingers over the edges of the print. The shape didn't fit anything I recognized, but I figured it was probably just a big black bear. I'd seen a few out there before, and this time of year they were still fattening up before hibernation, but something about those tracks felt wrong. Too big, too deep. Whatever made them was heavy, much heavier than any bear I'd ever seen. I shook it off, rising to my feet, my eyes scanning the woods. I wasn't about to let some tracks spook me. I was out here for elk, and I wasn't going to leave until I got one. I moved on, keeping my rifle ready, my eyes peeled. It was about an hour later that I heard it, a snap, loud like a branch breaking. I stopped in my tracks, my ears straining, my heart starting to thud in my chest. The woods were still, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural, like everything around me had gone silent all at once. I turned slowly, scanning the area. Nothing, just trees and shadows, the underbrush thick and dark. Then another sound. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming from my left. My heart skipped a beat, and I swung my rifle around, the barrel pointing toward the sound. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it, something moving through the woods, slow and steady. My finger hovered over the trigger, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. I stood there, my muscles tensed, every sense on high alert. I didn't move, didn't even breathe, just listened. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, that feeling of being watched creeping over me. I'd felt it before, plenty of times, when I'd come across a mountain lion, when I knew I wasn't alone out there. But this felt different, more intense. I slowly backed up one step at a time, my eyes never leaving the trees. My hands felt clammy, my grip on the rifle slipping slightly. The silence pressed in, every crunch of my boots on the frost-covered ground seeming impossibly loud. I took another step back, and then I saw it. Just a flash of movement, something tall, dark, slipping between the trees. It was big, taller than any bear, moving upright. My mouth went dry. I raised the rifle, aiming in the direction I'd seen it. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking, sounding thin and weak in the stillness. No answer. Just the sound of something moving deeper into the woods, the footsteps fading until they were gone. I lowered the rifle, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't know what I'd just seen, but I knew it wasn't a bear. It moved too fast, too smoothly, and it was walking on two legs. I stood there for a long moment, trying to steady my breathing, trying to figure out what to do next. I wasn't about to turn tail and run. I was too far in, too stubborn, and part of me wanted to know what the hell that thing was, but I wasn't stupid either. I knew better than to go charging after something that size without knowing what I was dealing with. I decided to circle around, keep my distance, but try to get a better look. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Maybe it was someone messing around out there. But in my gut, I knew it wasn't. I moved slowly, keeping my eyes on the trees, my rifle at the ready. Every sound, every rustle of leaves had my nerves on edge, my senses screaming at me that I wasn't alone. The woods were dense, the shadows deep, and I felt like I was walking into a trap. I kept my back to the thicker trees, moving as quietly as I could, listening for any sound. I heard it again, something moving, off to my right, just out of sight. I stopped, crouching down, trying to get a glimpse of whatever was out there. The movement was fast, deliberate, like it knew exactly where I was. My mouth went dry, my palms sweating. The wind shifted, and I caught a whiff of something, musky, like wet fur and earth, but stronger, almost rancid. My stomach churned. I'd never smelled anything like it before, not from any animal I knew. It was close, too close. I tightened my grip on the rifle, my eyes scanning the underbrush. I could feel my pulse in my throat, the adrenaline kicking in. Every instinct in me was screaming to get out, to leave, to get back to the trail and find my way to the truck. But I couldn't see it. Whatever it was staying just out of sight, keeping to the shadows. And then I saw it again, a shape, tall, massive, slipping between the trees. It moved with purpose, the branches parting like they weren't even there. I caught a glimpse of a face, dark, flat, with deep-set eyes that seemed to lock onto mine. My breath caught, and I stumbled back, the rifle slipping in my hands. I didn't think, I just fired. The sound of the shot echoed through the woods, a deafening crack that shattered the silence. The recoil jolted through my shoulder, my eyes never leaving the spot where I'd seen it. Nothing. The shape was gone, the woods empty again. I heard the sound of something crashing through the underbrush, moving away fast, too fast for something that size. I stood there, my hands shaking, my ears ringing from the shot. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't know if I'd hit it, if I'd scared it off, or if it was still out there, waiting. I turned, my feet moving before I even realized it, my body running on pure instinct. I needed to get out. Now. I moved as fast as I could, crashing through the woods, not caring about the noise, not caring if it heard me. The forest blurred around me, the trees a dark maze, the ground uneven and treacherous. I stumbled, almost falling, catching myself just in time. I could feel the weight of the woods around me, the shadows pressing in, that feeling of being hunted growing stronger with every step. The trail was ahead, just a narrow break in the trees, and I ran for it, my legs burning, my lungs aching. I burst out onto the path, my boots skidding on the loose dirt, nearly losing my balance. I didn't stop. I kept running, the weight of the rifle heavy across my shoulder, the sound of my own breath loud in my ears. The truck was parked about a mile down the trail, and I ran the whole way, my body screaming in protest, my mind racing. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following. I just ran, my focus on getting to the truck, getting out of those woods. I reached the truck, yanking the door open, practically throwing myself inside. I slammed the door shut, locking it, my hands trembling so badly I could barely get the keys in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw it into gear, the tires spinning in the dirt before catching, the truck lurching forward. I drove, the trees blurring past, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that shape behind me. But there was nothing, just the empty trail, the woods, dark and still. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel, my heart still pounding, the adrenaline still coursing through me. I didn't stop until I hit the main road, the gravel giving way to asphalt, the forest slowly falling away behind me. I pulled over, my hands still shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I sat there, the engine idling, my mind replaying what I'd seen. That face, those eyes, I don't know what I saw out there. I don't know if anyone would believe me if I told them, but I know it wasn't a bear, it wasn't anything I'd ever seen before, and I've seen a lot in these woods. It was smart. It knew I was there. It was watching me, hunting me. And it let me go. I haven't been back to that part of the mountains since. I told a few buddies about it, but I kept it vague. Said I saw something big, maybe a bear, maybe a person. They laughed it off, told me I was seeing things, but I know what I saw. I know it was real. The woods aren't the same for me now. I used to feel at home out there, like I belonged. Now, when I think about it, I just feel that cold knot in my stomach, that feeling of being watched, of something out there that shouldn't be. I still hunt, but I stick to the edges, never go too deep, always keep the truck close by. Because whatever's out there, whatever I saw, I don't want to meet it again, and I don't want to know what would happen if I did. Story 8. We were about 10 miles deep into the forest that night, just me and a couple of friends, Brian and Lisa. The whole plan was to do an overnight hike, pitch the tents halfway, have some fun around the fire, and then head back the next day. Simple. We were in Oregon, somewhere between the thick woods and those stretches where the trees suddenly thin out, leaving clearings that open up to the stars. I had done it 100 times before, so had they. No big deal. The trail was just dirt and roots, twisting between the pines. It was dark, pitch black except for our headlamps and the moon just peeking through the treetops. I remember thinking how the quiet out there could either be comforting or creepy, depending on your mood. Tonight, it was somewhere in between, the kind of quiet that felt like the world was watching, waiting. We'd stopped at this wide spot in the trail where we could catch our breath. I was squatting down, retying my bootlace that had come undone. Brian and Lisa were talking about the stars, pointing their flashlights upwards, lighting the tops of the trees. I was half listening, not really focused. And then I heard it. Footsteps. It was subtle at first, a soft crunch in the distance, just beyond the reach of our lights. I remember pausing, tying the knot halfway, my fingers stopping in place. The noise came again. I looked up, glanced at Brian, then at Lisa. They hadn't noticed it. I cleared my throat, got their attention, and pointed down the trail. "Shh," I whispered. We all went silent. I could hear the wind rustling through the branches above, a distant creak as one tree leaned against another, and then, again, the footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming from the direction we had just walked. Brian turned his head, his flashlight sweeping the forest behind us, the beam bouncing from trunk to trunk. Nothing. Lisa stepped closer to me. Her eyes were wide, but she didn't say anything. None of us did. We just listened. Crunch, crunch. The footsteps were slow, almost like someone was sneaking up, but they weren't trying hard enough. There was no mistaking the weight behind them. It wasn't an animal, at least not one that moved on 4 legs. Whatever it was big, taller than any of us, judging by the sound of the branches breaking. My throat went dry. I stood up slowly, my eyes fixed on the dark trail. I could feel my heart starting to pick up speed. It wasn't panic yet, just that initial rush of adrenaline, that instinct telling you something isn't right. Brian turned off his flashlight. He muttered, "Maybe it's just another group." But it wasn't. There wasn't supposed to be anyone else out here. We hadn't seen another soul since we parked the car hours back. And those steps, they didn't sound like a person, not like anyone just hiking along a trail. Then it stopped. The footsteps, dead silence, like whoever or whatever it was knew we had noticed. I didn't like that. The way the sounds just ended. We stood there for what felt like a long time, just staring into the dark. My headlamp was on, but the light seemed to get swallowed by the trees. It barely reached 5 feet ahead. "Let's just keep moving," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Lisa nodded quickly. Brian hesitated for a second, then shrugged. "Yeah, sure." He didn't sound convinced, but he turned, and we started walking. Not fast, just steady. I could feel the tension in the air. It was like all 3 of us were holding our breath. I kept my headlamp pointed straight ahead, but my ears were on full alert, straining for any sound behind us. My backpack felt heavier, the straps pulling at my shoulders. My hands were getting clammy inside my gloves. I could hear Lisa's breathing, quick and shallow, just behind me. We walked for maybe 5 minutes like that. Just the sound of our boots crunching over leaves and twigs. Then it started again. Crunch, crunch. The same sound, following us, matching our pace. Lisa sucked in a breath, and I heard Brian mutter something under his breath. A curse, I think. I didn't blame him. I felt my stomach twist, a cold, hollow feeling settling there. "Should we run?" Lisa whispered. "No," I said quickly. Running felt wrong. Running would mean we were prey. I didn't want to think about what might happen if we ran. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the rising fear. Just keep moving. I could feel my legs tensing up, ready to break into a sprint at any second. But I forced myself to keep the pace steady, one step at a time. The footsteps were closer now, maybe 20 feet behind us. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see Brian, though. He did. He glanced over his shoulder, his headlamp beam swinging wildly through the dark. He sucked in a breath, sharp and fast. "Oh, God," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "What?" I snapped, my heart jumping into my throat. "What did you see?" He didn't answer right away. He just looked forward again, his face pale in the dim light. His eyes were wide, unfocused. "Something," he finally muttered. "Something big." I felt the cold fear tighten around my chest, making it hard to breathe. I clenched my jaw, trying to stay calm. "Just keep moving," I said again, more to myself than to them. We kept walking. The footsteps stayed with us, always just a little behind, never gaining but never falling back either. It was like it was playing with us. My head was pounding, every muscle in my body screaming to run, to get away. But I kept putting one foot in front of the other, forcing myself to stay steady. The trail twisted, and I could see a clearing up ahead. The moonlight was spilling through the trees, lighting up a patch of open ground. I felt a rush of hope, like maybe if we got to the clearing, we could see whatever it was. And maybe that would make it less terrifying. We broke into the clearing, the three of us moving faster now, almost at a jog. I turned, finally, my headlamp swinging around, my eyes searching the darkness behind us. For a second, I didn't see anything. Just trees, shadows, the narrow trail leading back into the woods. Then it moved. A shape, tall, dark, stepping into the moonlight at the edge of the clearing. My breath caught in my throat. It was huge, taller than any man, covered in dark, matted hair. Its eyes caught the light, reflecting it back, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't human, the way it stood, the way it watched us. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Lisa let out a small whimper, and I heard Brian mutter another curse. I couldn't move. I just stared at it, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. It took a step forward, slow, deliberate. I felt a jolt of terror, my body finally reacting. I turned, grabbed Lisa's arm, and started running. "Go!" I shouted. We ran. My legs were burning, my lungs screaming for air, but I didn't stop. I could hear Lisa right behind me, Brian just ahead, his footsteps pounding on the dirt. I didn't dare look back. I could hear it, though, crashing through the brush, heavy footsteps, branches snapping like twigs. We hit the trail again, the clearing disappearing behind us. I focused on Brian's back, the beam of his headlamp bouncing with each step. The trail was narrow, winding, roots and rocks jutting out, but I didn't care. I just ran. The sound of that thing behind us was getting louder, closer. I could feel the panic rising, the fear that it was going to catch us, that we weren't going to make it. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like forever, my legs aching, my chest burning. The forest was a blur around us, shadows and light, the trail twisting and turning. I could barely think, my mind consumed by one thought: get away, just get away. Eventually, the footsteps started to fade. I could still hear them, but they were farther back, like it had slowed down or maybe given up. I didn't stop, though. None of us did. We kept running until the trees started to thin out, until I could see the glint of metal through the darkness. Our car, parked where we left it. Brian reached it first, yanking the door open, practically throwing himself inside. Lisa and I were right behind him, scrambling in, slamming the doors shut. I locked mine, my hands shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could feel my heart pounding, my entire body trembling with exhaustion and fear. Brian fumbled with the keys, his hands slick with sweat, and it felt like an eternity before he got the engine started. The headlights flicked on, illuminating the narrow trail in front of us. I scanned the tree line, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, expecting to see that shape burst through the trees, but there was nothing, just the empty forest, silent and still. Brian put the car in gear, his foot slamming on the gas. The tires spun for a second before catching, and we sped down the dirt road, the headlights bouncing with every bump. I didn't look back. None of us did. We just drove as fast as we could, putting as much distance between us and that place as possible. We didn't say anything for a long time. The only sound was the roar of the engine, the crunch of gravel under the tires. I could still feel the fear, a tight knot in my chest, my hands trembling in my lap. I glanced at Lisa. She was staring straight ahead, her face pale, her eyes wide and unfocused. Brian was the same, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Eventually, Brian spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer. None of us did. We just kept driving. The forest slowly fading into the distance. The memory of that night burned into our minds. Even now, I still think about it. The way it moved, the way it watched us. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human. It was something else, something that didn't belong, and I knew, deep down, that whatever it was, we had been lucky. Lucky to get away, lucky that it hadn't decided to follow us all the way out. I haven't been back to those woods since, and I don't think I ever will. Story 9. I always thought hiking was about freedom. The feeling of leaving everything behind, just me and my friends in the open Canadian wilderness. We decided to tackle an offbeat trail in the remote parts of British Columbia, the kind of place where people don't usually go. And that's what made it perfect for us. It was just me, Sophie, Daniel, and Chris, our tight-knit crew that always managed to get into a little trouble, but never too much. We were about halfway into our planned 3-day trek. The trail wasn't well marked, more like a suggestion than an actual path. Trees loomed overhead, tall and ancient, and the ground was uneven, with roots snaking across and leaves piled thick. It felt like the forest had never really known humans, like it was untouched by the world beyond. And it was quiet, almost too quiet. Just the sound of our footsteps and the occasional muttered comment from Chris about how we were probably lost. The day was getting late. The sun had dipped enough for the shadows to stretch long and strange. It was then that Sophie noticed something. She stopped walking, her head turning slightly, her eyes narrowing as she looked back down the trail we'd come from. "Did you hear that?" she said, her voice quiet but insistent. We all stopped, the sudden silence making the forest seem deeper, darker. "Hear what?" I asked, a little annoyed. We were tired, and I just wanted to find a good spot to camp. Sophie wasn't the type to scare easily, but her face was serious. "Something like branches snapping," she replied, still staring back the way we came. We all listened, and for a moment there was nothing but the usual rustle of leaves, the occasional chirp of a bird. Then I heard it too, a faint crunch, like something heavy stepping on dried branches. My heart skipped a beat, my eyes meeting Daniel's. His expression was hard to read, but I could tell he heard it too. "Probably just a deer," Chris said. but even he didn't sound convinced. It wasn't like a deer, not the way it moved. It was too deliberate, like something was following us, keeping its distance but making sure we knew it was there. "Let's keep moving," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to find a spot to set up camp before it gets dark." We turned and continued down the trail, but the mood had shifted. The usual jokes and banter died out, replaced by a tense silence. I could feel it too, that strange, creeping sensation like eyes on the back of my neck. My ears strained for any sound, any movement, and I kept glancing back, half expecting to see something. The light was fading faster now, the shadows thickening. We needed to find a place soon, somewhere open enough to set up the tents and make a fire. Finally, we came across a small clearing, just big enough for the four of us. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. "Here's good," I said, dropping my pack with a thud. My shoulders ached from the weight, but I didn't feel the usual relief of stopping. Something still felt wrong. The others started setting up the tents, Daniel and Chris unpacking, while Sophie stayed near the edge of the clearing, her eyes scanning the woods. I busied myself with gathering firewood, stepping just beyond the clearing into the trees. The air was cooler here, the light barely reaching the forest floor. I crouched down to pick up some fallen branches, my eyes darting up every few seconds, watching the shadows. That's when I heard it again. The crunch of footsteps, closer this time, slow, deliberate. My chest tightened, my breath catching in my throat. I stood up, my arms full of wood, and turned slowly, my eyes scanning the trees. I didn't see anything at first, just the dark. The trees standing like silent sentinels. Then movement, a shape, tall and dark, just at the edge of my vision. It slipped behind a tree, too fast for me to get a good look. My heart was pounding now, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. I forced myself to move, to walk back to the clearing, my eyes never leaving the spot where I'd seen it. When I stepped back into the clearing, I dropped the firewood, my hands trembling. "You all right?" Daniel asked, looking up from where he was hammering in a tent stake. "Yeah," I said, my voice shaky. "Just thought I saw something." "Probably nothing." Sophie looked at me, her expression serious. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she felt it too. We all felt it. There was something out there, something watching us. I tried to shake it off, to focus on setting up camp, getting the fire going. The flames flickered to life, casting a warm glow across the clearing, pushing back the darkness. We sat around the fire, eating in silence, the usual comfort of a campfire doing little to ease the tension. The woods around us were dark, impenetrable, the firelight only reaching so far before being swallowed by the shadows. Every now and then I thought I heard it again, the faint crack of a branch, the rustle of something moving. Chris was the first to speak, his voice low. "You guys really think something's out there?" No one answered at first. Then Daniel spoke up, his eyes on the fire. "I don't know, but it feels weird, like we're not alone." Sophie nodded, her face pale in the firelight. "I heard it too. It's like it's following us." We all fell silent again, the weight of her words hanging in the air. I could feel my skin prickling, the fear settling deep in my gut. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just our imaginations running wild, but it didn't help. The feeling was too strong, too real. The fire crackled, a log shifting, sending a shower of sparks into the air. I stared into the flames, trying to focus, to block out the dark. But then, there it was again. A sound, a rustle, a snap, from just beyond the clearing. My head jerked up, my eyes scanning the tree line. "Did you hear that?" Sophie whispered, her voice barely audible. We all nodded, our eyes fixed on the edge of the light. Then we saw it, a shadow moving between the trees, tall, broad, walking upright. It was there for just a moment, then gone, slipping back into the darkness. My heart leapt into my throat, my body going cold. "What the hell was that?" Chris hissed, his eyes wide. No one answered. We just sat there, frozen, staring at the spot where it had been. The fire suddenly felt small, insignificant. The dark pressed in from all sides, the woods feeling like they were closing in. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and fast, the fear gripping me tight. We needed to do something. We couldn't just sit there, waiting for whatever it was to come back. "We need to keep watch," Daniel said, his voice steady but strained. "We'll take turns. Just stay by the fire. Keep it going." We all nodded, the unspoken fear binding us together. I volunteered to take the first watch, the others retreating to the tents, leaving me alone by the fire. I fed it more wood, the flames growing higher, the light flickering across the clearing. I kept my eyes on the trees, my ears straining for any sound. The hours dragged by, each minute feeling like an eternity. The fire crackled, the shadows danced, and every rustle, every whisper of wind had me on edge. I could feel my muscles aching from the tension, my eyes burning from staring into the dark. I kept thinking about that shadow, the way it had moved, the way it had watched us. Eventually, it was Daniel's turn. He emerged from the tent, his face tired, his eyes wary. I handed him the flashlight, my hands trembling slightly. He gave me a nod, taking a seat by the fire, and I crawled into the tent, trying to ignore the fear that still gripped me. I lay there, staring at the nylon ceiling, the sounds of the forest filtering in, Daniel shifting by the fire, the occasional pop of the flames. I could hear Sophie breathing beside me, slow and steady, and it helped a little, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again, that shape, that dark figure moving between the trees. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a noise. A scream, high-pitched, echoing through the forest, freezing my blood. Sophie sat up beside me, her eyes wide, her face pale. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't answer. I just grabbed the flashlight and unzipped the tent, crawling out into the cold night air. The fire was still burning, but Daniel was standing now, his face turned toward the woods, the flashlight beam sweeping back and forth. "Did you hear it?" he asked, his voice tight. "Yeah," I said, my throat dry. "Where's Chris?" We both turned to the other tent, and I felt my stomach drop. The flap was open, empty. Chris was gone. "Chris!" I called, my voice echoing in the clearing. No answer, just silence. Panic set in, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. We couldn't just sit there. We had to find him. Daniel and I grabbed our flashlights, heading toward the edge of the clearing, the beams cutting through the darkness. "Chris!" we called, our voices overlapping, desperate. The woods were thick, the shadows deep, and every step felt like I was walking into the unknown. The fear was overwhelming, a cold dread settling deep in my gut. Then we heard it, a rustle, off to our right, followed by a low, guttural grunt. It wasn't human. It wasn't Chris. I turned the flashlight toward the sound, my breath catching in my throat. There it was, tall, dark, standing just beyond the trees, its eyes reflecting the light. It was watching us, its body still, its presence heavy. I could feel the weight of its gaze, the intelligence behind those eyes. My hands went cold, my mind blank with fear. Daniel grabbed my arm, pulling me back. "We need to go. Now," he whispered, his voice shaking. We turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the noise, not caring if it heard us. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart pounding, my legs burning. The clearing was ahead, the fire still flickering, and we burst out into the open, stumbling to a stop. Sophie was standing by the fire, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Where's Chris?" she asked, her voice breaking. "We couldn't find him," Daniel said, his voice raw. "We need to get out of here." We grabbed our gear, throwing everything into our packs, our movements frantic, uncoordinated. The fire was dying, the darkness pressing in from all sides. I could feel it, that sense of being watched, that presence just beyond the light. We didn't bother putting the fire out. We just ran, the three of us, down the trail, our flashlights bobbing, our breaths coming in short, terrified gasps. The woods were dark, endless, and every rustle, every crack of a branch had me jumping, my heart in my throat. We didn't stop until we reached the road, the gravel crunching under our boots, the headlights of Daniel's truck a welcome sight. We threw our packs in the back, piling into the cab, slamming the doors shut, locking them. Daniel started the engine, the headlights cutting through the dark, and we drove, fast, reckless, not looking back. No one spoke. The only sound was the hum of the engine, the tires on the gravel, our breathing slowly calming. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that shape, those eyes, but there was nothing. Just the empty road, the darkness fading behind us. We never found Chris. We called for help when we reached the nearest town, reported him missing. They sent a search team, but they didn't find anything. No tracks, no sign that he was ever there. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know what happened to Chris. But I know it was real. That feeling, that presence. It wasn't something I imagined. It was out there, in the woods, watching us, following us. And it took Chris. I haven't been back since. I don't think I ever will. The woods used to feel like freedom, like a place where I could escape. Now they just feel like something to fear, something that holds secrets I never want to know. Whatever's out there, it's better left alone. Story 10. Camping alone is not for everyone, but I always liked it. My name's Diego, and I enjoy the quiet that comes when it's just you and nature. It was late summer, and I had decided to head into the Rocky Mountains for a solo camping trip. I wanted some peace, a break from the constant noise of the city. It was just me, my tent, a small fire, and a view of the mountains. That's how I liked it. The first day went fine. I set up my tent in a small clearing just beside a creek. The water rushed over the rocks, and the sound helped drown out everything else. I cooked some simple dinner, beans and sausage, nothing fancy, then sat back on my camping chair and watched the sun dip behind the peaks. As darkness came, I let the fire burn low, just enough to keep some warmth. The night was clear, stars everywhere. I looked up, breathing in the cool air, feeling that familiar solitude that I came for. It was around midnight when I decided to call it a night. The fire was just embers now, glowing red and orange, casting a faint light around the campsite. I crawled into my tent, zipped the sleeping bag up to my chest, and shut my eyes. Everything was quiet, except for the creek nearby, a constant, soft rush of water. I started to drift off. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. Something had woken me. Some sound. I opened my eyes, still groggy, my mind trying to place where I was. It was pitch black inside the tent, my headlamp buried somewhere in my pack. I listened, still half asleep, trying to figure out what had pulled me from sleep. There it was again. A crunch. Something outside. My mind snapped awake, adrenaline kicking in. I kept still, barely breathing, my ears straining for another sound. It was close. I could hear it moving, slow, deliberate steps, something heavy shifting over the forest floor. My heart started to pound. I knew the sound of animals, deer, elk, maybe even a bear, but this sounded different. It was too close, too slow, like it was searching for something. I reached for my headlamp, fumbling in the dark, my fingers brushing against the rough fabric of my backpack until I found it. I clicked it on, the light flooding the inside of the tent, casting shadows against the nylon walls. I could still hear the sound, whatever it was, moving just outside, right by my gear. I thought of my food. Maybe it was just an animal drawn by the smell. I took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. Bears were rare in this area, but not impossible. Slowly, I unzipped the tent door, just enough to see outside. My headlamp beam cut through the darkness, lighting up the camp. My heart skipped a beat. I could see my backpack, the one I had left by the fire pit, but it wasn't where I had left it. It was tossed aside, like something had been digging through it. My eyes scanned the area, my headlamp bouncing across the clearing, and then I saw it. A figure, tall, standing on the other side of the fire pit, partially hidden in the shadows. My breath caught in my throat. It was huge, easily over 7 feet tall, covered in dark hair. Its eyes reflected the light from my headlamp, 2 bright glints staring back at me. I froze, my body going cold. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I had ever seen before. It was standing, watching me. Its head tilted slightly as if it was curious. I didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The creature shifted, its weight crunching the ground beneath it. I could see its arms, long, almost reaching its knees, hanging at its sides. It took a step toward my tent, slow, deliberate. My whole body went rigid, fear paralyzing me. I didn't know what to do. My mind was blank, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't listen. The creature stopped, just a few feet from my tent, its breath visible in the cold night air. I could smell it now. A rank, musty odor, like wet fur and rot. My stomach turned. It raised one of its hands, reaching toward the tent, the massive fingers just inches from the nylon. I don't know why I did it, but I moved. I scrambled backward, my hand hitting the side of the tent, making it rustle loudly. The creature froze. For a moment, everything was still, and then it turned, fast, almost too fast for something that size. It moved away from the tent, disappearing into the darkness beyond the fire pit. I sat there, my headlamp still on, my hands trembling, my breath coming in short gasps. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. But I knew I couldn't stay. Whatever that thing was, it was too close. And it wasn't afraid of me. I had to get out. I reached for my boots, my fingers fumbling with the laces, tying them as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking so badly it took me longer than it should have. I could hear every sound, every rustle of the trees, every creak of a branch, and I kept glancing at the tent door, expecting to see that figure again. But it was quiet. The only sound was the creak and my own breathing. Once I had my boots on, I grabbed my pack, shoving whatever I could reach inside. I didn't care about the order, didn't care if I missed anything. I just needed to go. I unzipped the tent all the way, stepping out into the clearing. The air was cold, biting against my skin, my breath visible in the beam of my headlamp. I scanned the area, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, but there was no sign of it. I moved quickly, my boots crunching over the ground as I headed for the trail. The moon was high now, giving just enough light to see the outline of the trees. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept moving. My eyes focused on the path ahead, my headlamp lighting the way. Every step felt like it took too long, like I wasn't moving fast enough. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The usual sounds of the night, crickets, the rustling of small animals, were gone. It was like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting. I could still feel the fear, a cold knot in my chest that wouldn't go away. My body was tense, every muscle ready to run, even though I was already moving as fast as I could, without breaking into a full sprint. After a while, I could hear something behind me, a branch snapping, then another. My heart jumped into my throat. It was following me. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving, my steps quickening, almost running now. The trail was narrow, twisting between the trees, and I had to watch my footing, the roots and rocks threatening to trip me up. The sound was getting closer, heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush, not trying to be quiet anymore. I could feel the panic rising, my breathing turning into gasps. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, my lungs aching. The trail started to slope downward, and I almost lost my footing, my boots slipping on the loose dirt. I caught myself, barely, and kept going. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, though I knew it couldn't have been. My legs were screaming, my body exhausted, but I couldn't stop. Not until I was out, not until I was safe. I could see the trailhead up ahead, the small parking area where my car was waiting. I felt a surge of relief, a burst of energy pushing me forward. I reached the car, practically throwing myself against it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the keys out of my pocket. I fumbled with the lock, finally getting the door open, and I climbed inside, slamming it shut behind me. I locked the doors, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding. For a moment, I just sat there, my hands on the steering wheel, trying to calm down. My headlamp was still on, the beam flickering slightly. I reached up, turned it off, and the darkness swallowed me. I could still hear the sound of my breathing, the blood rushing in my ears. I glanced out the window, scanning the tree line, half expecting to see those eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing. Just the empty parking area, the dark forest beyond. I started the engine, the sound loud in the silence, and put the car in gear. The tires crunched over the gravel as I pulled out, the headlights cutting through the darkness. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if it was still there, watching. I just wanted to be gone, to put as much distance as I could between me and that place. The drive down the mountain was a blur. I was still shaking, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I kept checking the rearview mirror, my eyes darting to the shadows behind me, expecting to see something following, but the road was empty. Just me and the headlights, the dark trees rushing past. I made it back to town just as the sun was starting to rise. The first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon, turning the sky a dull grey. I pulled into my driveway, turned off the engine, and just sat there, staring at the house. I was exhausted, every muscle in my body aching, but I couldn't move. My mind was still racing, replaying everything that had happened. Eventually, I got out of the car, my legs feeling like jelly, and walked to the front door. I fumbled with the keys, finally getting it open, and stepped inside. The house was dark, quiet. I shut the door behind me, locked it, and leaned against it, my eyes closed. I was safe. I was home. But I knew I wouldn't forget what had happened. That thing, whatever it was still out there. And I knew I wasn't going back. Not to that spot, not to those woods. Some places weren't meant to be disturbed, and whatever was out there, it didn't want me there. And I wasn't about to argue. Story 11. It was supposed to be another day of fieldwork, early mornings, bird calls, and the sharp cold of the woods as the sun came up. As a biologist, I'm used to spending hours alone in the forest, listening, observing, taking notes. That day, I was in the Redwood National Forest. I had my equipment, my binoculars, my notepad, and the portable audio recorder hanging from my neck, always ready to pick up anything unusual. The trees there are massive, ancient. I loved that about the place, the way the trunks reached up, disappearing into the sky like walls around me. I was doing my work quietly, moving through the underbrush slowly, taking notes on the behavior of some woodpeckers I'd been tracking for a while. The day was clear, cold. I could feel the dampness of the soil soaking through my boots, but I didn't mind. I liked being here, surrounded by the calm sounds of nature. I could hear the drumming of a woodpecker in the distance, the rustle of leaves overhead. I wasn't thinking about anything else, just focused, dialed in. Then it started. A sound, not the soft rustle of a squirrel or the call of a bird. It was deeper, almost a rumble. I paused, my pen hovering over the notepad. It echoed through the trees, a low, drawn-out moan that sounded nothing like anything I'd ever heard in that forest. I frowned, my breath caught in my chest. I turned the audio recorder on and lifted it toward the direction of the noise. It was coming from deeper into the forest, from a place I hadn't planned to go. The sound sent a shiver through me. It didn't belong. It wasn't any animal I was familiar with. I had a lot of recordings of bear grunts, mountain lions, even deer calls, all logged, categorized. This didn't fit. It was guttural, echoing in a way that felt too close, like it carried weight. I stood there for a minute, listening, my pulse starting to quicken. I had a choice. Head back the way I came, toward the trailhead, or follow the sound. I'd been trained to be curious. So, of course, I chose to move toward it. I didn't think about fear then. It was just another data point, another noise to track down and identify. I moved carefully, ducking under branches, stepping over roots. The air felt heavier as I moved, the light filtering through the leaves turning dimmer as the trees grew denser. The sound had stopped, leaving behind an unsettling silence. I pushed forward, stepping slowly, the crunch of the leaves underfoot loud in my ears. My heart was starting to beat a little faster, my body reacting to something before my brain even realized it. The trees grew thicker, the underbrush more tangled. I slipped the binoculars around my neck and kept my recorder up, my hand shaking slightly. There was a faint, almost electric feeling in the air. I swallowed hard, trying to shake the nerves that were slowly building. It was just a noise, nothing more. The forest can play tricks. Sounds can bounce off trees, take on forms they didn't have before. I paused again, listening. Nothing. Just the wind through the branches, the soft sway of the redwoods. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any sign of movement, any indication of where that sound had come from. And then it happened again. Louder, closer, the same deep, echoing moan. It was enough to make my breath catch in my throat. I turned quickly, the recorder still on, pointing it in the direction I thought the sound had come from. My eyes scanned the underbrush, the thick trunks, trying to catch any sign of movement. My ears were ringing with adrenaline now, my senses on high alert. Then I saw something, a flash of movement, a shadow slipping between two trees. I could barely make it out. It was tall, broad, moving with a kind of grace that I didn't expect. My stomach twisted. My first thought was bear, but it wasn't right. The shape wasn't right, the way it moved, the speed. It wasn't like any bear I'd ever seen. I felt a rush of cold fear, a tightening in my chest. I had to remind myself to breathe. I could still see it, just barely moving deeper into the forest. I took a few hesitant steps forward, my body tense, my fingers gripping the recorder so tightly it hurt. I didn't know if I should be following it. I didn't know what it was. Then it stopped. The movement, the noise, everything stopped. The air grew still, the forest silent. I could feel my heartbeat thudding in my ears, my breath shallow. I turned, slowly scanning the trees. The feeling of being watched settled over me, heavy, almost suffocating. Suddenly, there was a snap, a branch breaking behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. There, not 20 yards away, was the figure. It was closer now, clearer. It was tall, much taller than any person, covered in dark hair, standing on two legs. My brain struggled to make sense of it, to fit it into anything that made sense. I stumbled backward, my legs feeling weak, the fear washing over me in waves. It was watching me. I could see its eyes, dark, almost hidden beneath the thick fur. They were locked on me, unblinking. There was no mistaking it now. This wasn't a bear, it wasn't any animal I knew. It was something else, something that shouldn't have been there. I tried to lift my camera, my fingers fumbling with the lens cap, but I couldn't move fast enough. The creature turned, almost casually, and started to move away, slipping back into the thick shadows of the forest. I stood there, frozen, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My legs felt like they were made of lead, my body rooted to the spot. And then, without thinking, I ran. I turned and ran, the forest blurring around me, my feet slipping on the damp leaves, branches whipping at my face. I didn't care about the noise, didn't care about anything except getting away. My chest burned, my lungs aching as I pushed myself forward, my heart pounding in my ears. The forest seemed endless, the trees stretching on and on, no end in sight. I could still feel it, that presence, like it was right behind me, following me, even though I couldn't hear anything. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my legs moving on autopilot, my body running on pure adrenaline. After what felt like forever, I broke through the tree line, stumbling out onto a narrow service road. I almost fell, catching myself just in time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked around wildly, my eyes searching for any sign of movement, any sign that it was still following me. But there was nothing, just the empty road, stretching off into the distance, the forest looming behind me, silent and dark. I bent over, my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath, my entire body trembling. My mind was racing, trying to process what I had just seen, trying to make sense of it. I reached for my radio, fumbling with the buttons, my fingers shaking. "Base, this is Eliza," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I saw something out here, something, I don't know what it was. The radio crackled to life, the familiar voice of one of the other researchers coming through, tinny and distant. "Eliza, you okay?" "What did you see?" I didn't know how to answer. I didn't know what I had seen. I just knew that it was real, that it was out there, and that it wasn't something I could explain. "I'm heading back," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm getting out of here." I started walking, my legs feeling weak, my whole body still trembling. I kept looking back, my eyes scanning the tree line, half expecting to see that shape again, those eyes watching me. But there was nothing, just the forest, dark and silent, like it had swallowed up whatever I had seen. The walk back to the base felt endless, every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch making my heart leap. I could feel the fear still gripping me, the memory of those eyes, that shadow burned into my mind. I knew I wouldn't forget it. Not ever. When I finally reached the base, the sight of the small building was almost enough to bring me to tears. I pushed open the door, stumbling inside, my breath coming in short gasps. The other researchers were there, their faces turning toward me, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. "Eliza, what happened?" one of them asked, getting up from the table, his eyes wide. I shook my head, unable to find the words. I just sank into a chair, my hands still trembling, my mind still racing. I tried to explain, tried to tell them what I had seen, but the words felt hollow, inadequate. It didn't make sense, not even to me. They listened, their faces a mix of disbelief and concern. I could tell they didn't really believe me. I could hear it in their voices, see it in their eyes. But that didn't matter. I knew what I had seen, and I knew that it was real. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, the image of that shape, those eyes, replaying in my mind over and over. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, refusing to go away. I could hear the others talking in low voices, their words indistinct, but I knew what they were talking about. Me, what I had seen, what I thought I had seen. I didn't go back out the next day. I couldn't. The thought of going back into those woods, of seeing that thing again, was too much. I stayed at the base, busying myself with paperwork, with data analysis, anything to keep my mind off of it. But even now, I can't shake it. The memory of that day, The feeling of being watched, of seeing something that shouldn't exist. It's always there at the back of my mind, a reminder of what's out there, of what we don't understand. I've been back in the field since then, but I don't go alone anymore. I stick to the main trails, keep others close. The forest doesn't feel the same. It used to feel like a place of discovery, of wonder. Now it just feels like something dark, something full of secrets that I never want to see again. Whatever I saw that day, it's still out there, and I hope I never cross its path again. Story 12. We were supposed to have a simple day out in nature. Just me, my wife Kathy, and our kids, Jake and Emma. We wanted a break from the busy life. It was the perfect weekend for a hike. The air was crisp, and fall had just begun to paint the trees with those red and orange shades. So we packed up our backpacks, threw in a few sandwiches, water bottles, and headed for the hills. We picked a trail that wasn't too crowded, somewhere quieter. It was supposed to be a nice family outing, a chance to disconnect from phones and laptops. The forest was thick, and the trail had that packed dirt underfoot that felt good to walk on. We were all in high spirits, Kathy pointing out birds, Jake running ahead a bit before I called him back, and Emma sticking close, her little hand in mine. Everything felt right. We had walked for about an hour, maybe a little more. We came across this nice little clearing, surrounded by tall pine trees. Kathy suggested we take a break. It seemed like a good idea. We all sat down, took off our packs, and had some water. The kids were laughing, joking about how Jake thought he saw a squirrel that looked like it was giving him a stink eye. Kathy rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. It was just us, the woods, and the quiet. But then we noticed it. The clearing wasn't entirely empty. The grass and underbrush were flattened, like something big had moved through. I remember thinking it looked like an animal bed, but bigger than anything I'd seen before. It wasn't like where deer lay down. It was wider, longer. Kathy noticed it too. She frowned and gave me a look that said, "What do you think did this?" I stood up, moved a little closer, and looked at it. There were branches broken, snapped clean off, and the ground seemed like it had been pressed down with real weight. It wasn't just some animal passing by. It looked deliberate. My gut tightened, but I didn't want to make a fuss. We were there to enjoy the day, and I wasn't about to scare the kids over something that was probably just nothing. "Maybe some campers," I said, shrugging. "Or a bear." I tried to say it lightly, like it wasn't a big deal. Kathy nodded, but she didn't look convinced. Still, we sat back down and continued our break. The kids were oblivious, munching on their snacks. I kept looking over at that flattened patch, though my mind turning it over. It wasn't right. I should have listened to that feeling. We packed up and decided to keep moving. The kids were excited to see if there was a stream further up the trail. Emma had her little butterfly net, insisting she was going to catch frogs if we found water. Kathy and I shared a smile. It was good to see them so happy. We were back on the trail for maybe 20 more minutes when we heard it. It was distant, but unmistakable. A kind of howl, not a wolf, not a coyote either. This was different, deeper, almost like a scream, but not quite human. I stopped, holding my hand up to signal everyone else to stop too. Kathy looked at me, her eyes widening. The kids went quiet. "Dad, what was that?" Jake asked, his voice smaller than usual. I swallowed. "Probably just an animal," I said, but my voice didn't sound convincing, even to me. It wasn't like any animal sound I knew. It was something else. My stomach felt heavy, a pit forming as I glanced at Kathy. She had that look, the one that meant she was scared, but didn't want to show it in front of the kids. We stood there for a moment, listening. The forest had gone quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I forced a smile, looking down at Jake and Emma. "Let's keep moving, okay?" I said, trying to keep my tone light. We continued, but the mood had shifted. Kathy kept glancing back over her shoulder, and I was listening to every little sound. Every twig snap made me tense. I tried to stay calm for the kids, but my pulse was racing. The trail was narrower now, the trees closer together. The air felt colder too, like the sun had slipped away behind the clouds even though it hadn't. Then we saw them. Footprints. Huge ones. They were pressed deep into the soft dirt, leading off the trail into the thicker woods. I stopped, staring at them. They weren't bear tracks. They looked almost human, 5 toes, a broad heel, but they were far too big, bigger than my boot, and I wear size 12. Kathy sucked in a breath beside me, her hand gripping Emma's shoulder a little tighter. "What is that?" she whispered. I didn't answer. I knelt down, touching the edge of one of the prints. It was fresh. The edges were sharp, not weathered. Whatever made it had come through recently. My mouth was dry, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked up at the woods, the dark spaces between the trees. I felt like we were being watched. "All right, we're turning around," I said, standing up quickly. "Let's go back to the car." Jake started to protest, but Kathy shot him a look, and he clamped his mouth shut. Emma was wide-eyed, her small hand gripping mine tightly. We turned and started back the way we came, moving faster now. I kept my eyes on the trail ahead, but my ears were straining, listening for anything behind us. The woods were still quiet, too quiet. No birds, no insects, just our footsteps crunching over the dirt and leaves. Then, from somewhere behind us, I heard it again. That howl. Closer this time. Kathy let out a small gasp, and I felt Emma's hand tighten around mine. I didn't say anything. I just squeezed her hand and picked up the pace. My heart was pounding in my ears, my whole body tense. The trail felt longer going back. Every turn looked the same, and I kept glancing back, expecting to see something moving between the trees. The kids were quiet now, sensing the tension. Kathy was right behind me, her eyes wide, her face pale. I could hear her breathing, quick and shallow. We were maybe 10 minutes from the clearing when I heard it. A heavy rustle. The sound of branches snapping. I turned my head, my eyes scanning the woods to our left. I saw it then, a shape, tall, dark, moving through the trees. My breath caught in my throat. It was huge, covered in dark hair, its shoulders broad, its head almost brushing the lower branches. It was moving parallel to us, keeping pace, just far enough away that I couldn't see its face. "Go!" I said, my voice coming out in a harsh whisper. I pushed Kathy and the kids forward, my heart racing. We started to run, our footsteps pounding over the dirt, the sound of our breathing loud in the stillness. I could hear it moving too, crashing through the underbrush, not trying to be quiet anymore. It was following us. Emma started to cry, her small sobs breaking my heart, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I kept her hand in mine, pulling her along, my eyes on the trail ahead. Kathy was just ahead, her arm around Jake, urging him forward. The car wasn't far now. I could almost see the clearing through the trees, the sunlight breaking through the branches. We burst into the clearing, the car just ahead. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking as I pulled them from my pocket. I could still hear it, branches snapping, heavy footsteps. I got the door open, practically shoving Emma inside before climbing in after her. Kathy and Jake were already in. Slamming the doors shut, I started the engine, my hands trembling, and threw the car into gear. The tires spun for a second before catching, and we lurched forward, speeding out of the clearing, the forest blurring past. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I just focused on the road, on getting us out of there. No one spoke. The kids were crying, and Kathy had her arm around them, her face pale, her eyes wide and staring straight ahead. I could still feel the adrenaline, My heart pounding, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles were white. I didn't slow down until we were miles away, the forest far behind us. We finally pulled over at a gas station. I turned off the engine, my hands still shaking. I looked at Kathy, then at the kids. They were scared, but they were safe. We were all safe. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my body sagging against the seat. We never talked about it after that. Not really. When we got home, we just tried to move on, to forget. But I knew I wouldn't forget. Not the way it felt, knowing something was out there, something watching us, something following us. I haven't been back to those woods since, and I don't plan to. Some places are better left alone, and whatever was out there, it wanted us gone. I got the message. Story 13. The Oregon wilderness can be haunting. Not because of ghosts or anything supernatural, it's just how remote it is. The vastness, the silence, the way the dense pines close in on you. I've always loved it for that reason. There's a certain thrill in exploring places that feel untouched by civilization. Places where you're really alone. I was there that day to do some filming. It's kind of a hobby of mine, exploring old and abandoned places. There's something fascinating about decay, about the remnants of what people leave behind. This time, I had found an old map of some long-forgotten mines in the backcountry. The map looked ancient, the kind of thing no one would ever pay much attention to, but it piqued my curiosity. I packed my camera, some flashlights, and a couple of sandwiches. The idea was to get in, explore a bit, film whatever was still there, and head out before sunset. The place was far enough out that I had to drive for a couple of hours just to get close, and from there it was all on foot. It was a typical fall morning, cold, damp, with that kind of mist hanging low among the trees, almost muffling everything. I liked that. It made me feel like I was stepping into a different world, one that had nothing to do with the day-to-day grind back in Portland. After an hour of hiking, I found it. The entrance to the mine was exactly what I expected. Nothing but a dark hole in the side of a hill, partly overgrown with vines and moss. The wooden beams holding up the entrance were splintered, weathered from decades of exposure. There was a chill coming out from the inside, a kind of dampness that I could feel on my skin. I set up my camera, took a few establishing shots of the entrance, the old boards, the dense forest behind me. I wasn't really scared then. I knew the risks of mines, cave-ins, bad air, the usual hazards, but I'd done it before. I knew how far to push it. I knew when to stop. So I took out my flashlight, checked my gear one more time, and stepped inside. It took a second for my eyes to adjust. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, the air thick with dust, particles floating lazily in the light. The ground was uneven, scattered with old tools, rusty shovels, broken pickaxes. The deeper I moved, the more the light from the entrance faded, swallowed up by the dark. The air smelled musty, like wet earth and rot. The wooden supports creaked, but that was normal for a place like this. I was about 50 yards in when I first heard it, a noise that didn't belong, a scrape, like something dragging across the ground, coming from deeper in the tunnel. I stopped, holding my breath. The flashlight aimed down the dark passage. The beam only reached so far, and beyond that it was just blackness. I listened, my ears straining. Nothing, just the sound of my own breathing, the faint drip of water somewhere far off. I shook my head, telling myself it was probably just an echo, maybe something shifting deeper in the mine. I pressed on, moving slowly, my footsteps careful on the loose gravel. The tunnel opened up into a larger chamber. The ceiling was high, the flashlight struggling to illuminate it all. There were old tracks on the ground, rusty and half-buried, leading to a couple of rotting mine carts. I filmed it all, the camera light flickering as it panned across the abandoned space. It was incredible, like stepping back in time. Everything was decayed, broken, but still there. the remnants of a place that had once been alive with work. And then I heard it again, the same scraping noise, louder this time, closer. My heart skipped a beat, my body tensing. I swung the flashlight around, the beam darting across the dark corners of the chamber. Nothing. The shadows seemed to shift, but there was nothing there. I took a step back, my pulse quickening, my breath shallow. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty space, bouncing off the stone walls. No answer, just silence, heavy and oppressive. I tried to brush it off. Minds make noise. They settle. They shift. But something about it felt wrong. Too deliberate. I moved the flashlight slowly, my eyes darting from one dark corner to the next, trying to convince myself there was nothing to worry about. I turned back toward the tunnel I had come from, the flashlight cutting through the black. And that's when I saw it. A shape. A shadow. Standing just at the edge of the light, half hidden behind the curve of the tunnel wall. It was tall, taller than any person I'd expect to see there. My stomach dropped, a cold chill spreading through my body. I froze, the flashlight beam flickering slightly. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, almost blending in with the darkness. But I knew it was there. My breath caught in my throat, my chest tightening with fear. I wanted to say something, to call out, but the words wouldn't come. I just stood there, staring, my mind trying to process what I was seeing. Then, slowly, it moved. It stepped back, disappearing into the darkness as if it had never been there. I blinked, my heart pounding, the fear clawing at my insides. I knew what I saw. It wasn't my imagination. There was someone or something there. I took a step back, my legs shaky, the flashlight trembling in my hand. I needed to get out. Whatever was in there, I didn't want to find out. I turned, moving quickly, my footsteps echoing through the tunnel, the beam of light bobbing with each step. The air felt colder, the walls seeming to press in on me, the darkness heavier. I made it back to the chamber with the old minecarts, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I paused, trying to listen, trying to hear if it was following me, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat, the blood rushing in my ears. Then I heard it again, a scrape, a low rumble, like something heavy shifting. It was coming from the tunnel, from where I had just been. My hands were shaking, the flashlight flickering as I aimed it back toward the dark. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it, that presence. Something was there, just out of sight, just beyond the edge of the light. I turned and ran. I didn't care about being careful, didn't care about the noise. I just needed to get out. My boots pounded on the gravel, the walls flashing past me, the darkness seeming to reach for me. The entrance was ahead, a faint glow of daylight spilling into the tunnel, and I ran for it, my legs burning, my chest aching. I burst out into the open, stumbling, almost falling, the cold air hitting me like a shock. I stopped, bending over, my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. I looked back at the entrance. The darkness beyond the broken beams, nothing, just the gaping mouth of the mine, silent and still. I straightened up, my heart still pounding, the fear still raw. I knew I couldn't stay there. I grabbed my camera, still hanging from my neck, and turned it off, my hands shaking. I needed to leave. Whatever was in that mine, it wasn't something I wanted to understand. It wasn't something I wanted to face. I started back down the trail, my steps fast, almost stumbling in my rush to get away. I kept looking back, my eyes darting to the tree line, half expecting to see that shadow, that shape following me, but there was nothing, just the forest, quiet, indifferent, the mist hanging low among the trees. It wasn't until I reached the car that I finally stopped, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys, dropping them in the dirt. I cursed under my breath, picking them up, my eyes still darting around, my pulse racing. I got in, slamming the door shut, locking it, the weight of the car around me feeling like the first bit of safety I'd had since I stepped into that mine. I sat there for a moment, the engine idling, my breath slowly evening out. I didn't look back at the trail, didn't look at the woods. I just put the car in gear and started driving, the gravel crunching under the tires, the forest falling away behind me. I haven't gone back since. I still have the footage, but I haven't watched it. It sits on a memory card, untouched, the camera shoved in the back of a closet. I don't need to see it to remember what happened. I don't need to watch it to know what I saw. The wilderness has always been a place of fascination for me, a place of discovery. But that day, it was something else. It was a reminder that there are places we don't belong, places that don't want us there. I felt it, deep in my bones, in the way the air grew colder, in the way the shadows seemed to move. Whatever was in that mine, it wasn't meant to be found. It wasn't meant to be disturbed. I still go exploring, still film abandoned places. But I'm more careful now. I stay closer to the edges, I don't push as far, because I know somewhere out there are places like that mine, places where something waits in the dark, watching, just out of sight. And I don't ever want to be that close to it again. Story 14. My name is Lars, and I'm a wildlife photographer. Most of my time, I'm out in the wild waiting for the perfect shot, waiting for something to happen that can't be planned or controlled. That morning, I had driven out to an area in the Appalachians I had scouted before. It was early autumn, the leaves starting to turn. The air was crisp, and I knew I had a good chance of catching eagles hunting at dawn. I loved that kind of quiet. It was just me, my camera, and the natural world waking up. I was set up on the riverbank, my tripod planted in the dirt. The camera pointed toward a section of the water where I knew fish tended to jump. I was patient, sitting on a small folding stool, the cool ground beneath my boots. I had been there since before dawn, watching the first light spread over the water. It was peaceful, and I lost track of time, just listening to the sounds of the forest. The river flowed steady, the occasional splash of fish breaking the surface, birds singing from the branches above. I was focused, ready, my eyes behind the camera, my finger resting on the shutter button. I could see an eagle perched across the river, its head tilting as it scanned the water below. It was what I came for, what I had spent hours waiting on. Then I saw it. Not the eagle. I saw something moving in my peripheral vision. A dark shape walking along the opposite riverbank. It was out of focus, blurred against the background of trees, and I blinked, pulling my head back from the camera, trying to get a better look. My first thought was that it might be a bear. It moved on two legs, though, upright, slow. I squinted, adjusting the focus, the camera's viewfinder coming into clarity. My stomach twisted. It wasn't a bear. The figure was tall, much taller than a man, covered in what looked like thick, shaggy hair. It moved along the riverbank, its steps careful, deliberate. My heart began to pound. I had no idea what I was looking at. I turned the focus ring, trying to get the clearest image I could, my hands shaky, my mind racing. I didn't want to move too much, didn't want to risk making noise. The thing stopped, squatting near the water's edge, its massive hand reaching down to touch the surface. I could hear the water splashing faintly, and I could see its reflection, a dark blur against the silver blue of the river. I took a deep breath, my finger hovering over the shutter. I wasn't sure if I should take the picture or just keep watching. I could feel sweat on my forehead despite the chill in the air, a knot of anxiety tightening in my gut. I pressed the button. The shutter clicked, the sound too loud, too sharp in the quiet morning. The creature's head jerked up, and I froze. Its eyes seemed to lock onto me, even across the distance, and my stomach dropped. I didn't move. I could feel my pulse in my ears, my breath catching in my throat. It was watching me, its body still crouched, its hands still touching the water, like it was trying to decide what I was. I knew I needed to move, needed to do something, but I couldn't. I just stared back at it, my eyes locked on the viewfinder, the lens capturing every small movement. The creature's head tilted just slightly, and then it stood, slowly, its full height visible. It was massive, broader than any person, its body covered in hair that looked almost black in the early light. It turned, and in an instant, it was moving away, back into the tree line. It moved quickly, almost soundlessly, and before I could even process it, it was gone, just the rustle of leaves marking its path. I lowered the camera, my hands trembling, my breath finally escaping in a shaky exhale. I felt a mix of relief and confusion, relief that it had gone, confusion because I still couldn't wrap my mind around what I'd seen. I had been out in the wild for years, photographing everything, bears, wolves, elk, but I had never seen anything like this. My hands were shaking too much to hold the camera steady, so I set it down on the tripod, closing my eyes for a moment, trying to slow my breathing. After a minute, I picked up the camera again and scrolled through the pictures I had taken. The photos were blurry, the focus off, just dark shapes against the river. My heart sank. Nothing clear enough to prove anything, just a series of vague forms. It almost looked like a trick of the light, like I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't. I could still feel that moment, the way it had looked at me, like it knew I was there. I looked up, scanning the opposite bank, the trees, the underbrush. But there was nothing. Just the quiet forest, the river, the birds still singing like nothing had happened. I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense that I wasn't alone, even though I couldn't see anything. I stood up, my legs shaky, and packed my gear as quickly as I could, my eyes darting between the trees. The walk back to my car felt longer than it should have. The trail twisted through the woods, narrow and overgrown in places, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that dark shape moving between the trees. The forest seemed different now, less inviting. The silence was heavy, and every small noise, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, made me jump. I knew I should feel lucky. Whatever that thing was, it had decided to leave me alone, but I didn't feel lucky. I felt like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to, like I had crossed a line I didn't know existed. My stomach was in knots, and my chest felt tight, my mind replaying that moment over and over, the creature's eyes locking onto mine, the way it had seemed to assess me before disappearing. I finally reached the car, the sight of it a small comfort. I unlocked the door, threw my gear inside, and climbed in, slamming the door shut behind me. I locked it out of instinct, my hands still shaking. I took a deep breath, resting my forehead against the steering wheel, trying to calm myself. I had been in dangerous situations before, close encounters with animals, bad weather. But this felt different. This felt wrong in a way I couldn't describe. I started the car, the engine rumbling to life, and pulled out onto the narrow dirt road, my eyes flicking to the rear-view mirror, watching the tree line until it disappeared from view. I kept the windows rolled up, the car moving faster than I normally would have driven on those winding roads. I just wanted to get out of there, to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. The drive back to town was a blur. I barely remember it. My mind was still in the woods, still on that riverbank, watching that figure move. It wasn't until I pulled into my driveway that I felt like I could finally breathe again. I turned off the car, sitting there for a moment, the silence almost overwhelming. I could hear my heart pounding, the fear still lingering just beneath the surface. I grabbed my camera, scrolling through the photos again, hoping maybe I had missed something. Maybe one of them was clear enough to prove what I had seen, but they were all the same. Blurred, dark, indistinct, just shadows. I felt a wave of frustration. My hands tightening around the camera. I knew what I had seen, but I also knew that no one else would believe me. not without proof. I went inside, setting the camera on the table, my body exhausted. I could still feel the tension in my shoulders, the tightness in my chest. I made myself a cup of coffee, my hands still trembling slightly as I poured the water. I sat down at the kitchen table, staring at the camera, the images replaying in my mind. I knew I wouldn't be able to let it go. I had to know what it was, had to go back, but not alone. Not next time. Whatever it wasn't something I wanted to face by myself again. I picked up my phone, scrolling through my contacts, looking for someone who might be willing to go with me, someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I paused, my thumb hovering over a name, my friend David, another photographer, someone who knew the woods as well as I did. I hesitated, then put the phone down. Not yet. I needed time to think, to process what had happened, to figure out if I really wanted to go back. The rest of the day passed in a haze. I tried to distract myself, to focus on other things, but my mind kept drifting back to that moment. I could still see it, those eyes, the way it had watched me. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back on that riverbank, the sound of the water, the rustle of the trees, the dark shape moving through the forest. I still don't know what I saw that day. Maybe I never will, but I know one thing, I won't forget it, and someday, when I'm ready, I'll go back. Not for the perfect shot, not for the thrill, just for answers. Because whatever that thing was, it's still out there. And I need to know. Story 15. Fishing is supposed to be peaceful. That's why I do it. When life gets a little too loud, when the grind starts weighing on me, I pack up my gear and head to the lake. The one in northern Minnesota is my favorite. It's out of the way, deep in the woods, and not a lot of people know about it. I like it that way. No tourists, no crowds, just me, the water, and the occasional breeze cutting through the stillness. That particular day was just like any other I'd spent at the lake. I got there early, just as the sun was beginning to peek over the treetops. The sky was a pale blue, the mist still hanging low over the water. It was chilly, the kind of cold that made my breath puff in front of me. I could hear the forest waking up around me, birds chirping, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I pushed my kayak out into the water, feeling the cold seep through my boots as I waded in before hopping in. The lake was like glass, perfectly still. I started paddling, the water parting gently around the kayak, the ripples spreading out in perfect circles. My gear was simple, just a rod, some bait, and a cooler with a sandwich and a couple of beers. It wasn't about catching anything big. It was about being out there, away from everything. The kind of quiet where you could hear yourself think. I paddled to the center of the lake, where the water was the deepest. I dropped anchor and cast my line, watching the bobber float gently on the surface. The sun had come up more by then, lighting the tops of the trees, turning the mist a bright white. I took a deep breath, feeling my muscles relax, my shoulders loosening from the tension they always seemed to hold. Time passed slowly. The kind of lazy, drifting time that happens when you're alone in the middle of nowhere. I leaned back in the kayak, closing my eyes for a bit, just listening. I could hear the faint lapping of the water against the sides of the kayak, the distant call of a bird somewhere in the woods, and then I heard something else, a noise that didn't fit, a low, rhythmic sound, like rocks being clacked together. It echoed across the water, coming from the far side of the lake, where the forest was thick and the shore was rocky. I opened my eyes, sitting up straighter, my brow furrowing. I listened, straining to catch it again. There it was, clack, clack, like someone or something was hitting stones together. I turned, squinting toward the direction it was coming from. The far shore was a good distance away, but I could make out the rocky bank, the dense line of trees. I couldn't see anyone, though, no movement, no sign of anything. I pulled in my line, letting it rest on the bottom of the kayak, and picked up my paddle. I wasn't really scared at that point, more curious than anything else. It was a strange noise, and I couldn't figure out what would be making it out here. The lake wasn't exactly popular. I hadn't seen another soul since I'd arrived. I paddled slowly, making my way toward the sound, the rhythmic clacking continuing, steady and deliberate. The water was calm, the mist lifting more as the sun climbed higher. I kept my eyes on the shore, scanning the rocks, the tree line. As I got closer, I could hear it more clearly. Clack, clack, pause, clack. It was almost too rhythmic, like it had a purpose. I was about 30 yards from the shore when I finally saw something, a figure standing among the rocks. It was tall, much taller than a person, covered in dark hair, its back turned to me. It had something in its hands, and it was hitting it against the rocks, the same clacking noise I'd been hearing. My paddle stopped mid-stroke, my heart suddenly thudding in my chest. I froze, the kayak drifting slightly, the ripples spreading out around me. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a bear. Bears don't stand like that, don't move like that. My breath caught, my hands gripping the paddle so tightly my knuckles went white. The creature kept clacking the stones together, like it hadn't noticed me. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry, the cold from the water suddenly feeling sharper. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to keep watching, to see what it would do. But a bigger part of me, the part that felt the fear creeping up my spine, the part that told me I was in danger, wanted to get out of there. Fast. I started to back away, moving the paddle as quietly as I could, trying not to make a sound. The kayak drifted, the ripples spreading out, and I kept my eyes on the creature, my heart pounding. I was maybe 40 yards away when it stopped. The clacking just stopped, and the creature turned its head slightly, like it had finally noticed me. My stomach twisted, a cold wave of fear washing over me. Its face was half hidden by the shadows of the trees, but I could see its eyes, dark and deep-set, watching me. It turned slowly, its whole body shifting, facing me now. I could feel my hands shaking, the paddle unsteady in the water. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I turned the kayak, paddling harder, the water splashing up around me, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I could feel my pulse in my throat, the adrenaline kicking in, my muscles straining as I paddled toward the other side of the lake. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I just kept moving, the kayak cutting through the water, the shore seeming too far away. The rhythmic clacking started again. Louder this time, faster, like it was following me, like it was angry. I paddled harder, my arms burning, the kayak rocking slightly with each stroke. I could feel the cold sweat on my back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I was almost there, almost to the shore, when I heard a splash, something heavy hitting the water behind me. I looked back, just for a second, my eyes wide, my heart pounding. The creature had stepped into the lake, its massive legs wading into the water, its eyes still locked on me. I turned back, paddling as hard as I could, the fear clawing at my insides, making my hands shake. I hit the shore, the kayak scraping against the rocks, and I jumped out, my feet slipping on the wet stones, almost falling. I grabbed the kayak, pulling it onto the shore, my eyes darting back to the lake. The creature had stopped, standing waist-deep in the water, its eyes still on me. It didn't move, just stood there, watching. I backed away, my breath coming in short bursts, my heart hammering in my chest. I grabbed my gear, my hands trembling, and turned, running up the bank, the rocks shifting under my feet. I didn't look back, I just ran, the fear pushing me forward, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I had seen. I reached the trail, my legs aching, my chest burning, and I kept going. my feet pounding on the dirt path, the trees closing in around me. I could hear the lake behind me, the faint sound of the water lapping against the shore, but nothing else. No clacking, no splashing, just the forest, silent and still. It wasn't until I reached my car that I finally stopped, my hands on my knees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked back down the trail, my eyes scanning the trees, half expecting to see that figure, those dark eyes, but there was nothing, just the empty trail, the forest calm and indifferent. I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking, and got into the car, slamming the door shut, locking it. I sat there for a moment, my breath slowly evening out, my heart still pounding. I could still see it in my mind. That shape, those eyes, the way it had watched me. I didn't know what it was. I didn't want to know. I started the car, the engine rumbling to life, and I pulled out, the tires crunching on the gravel, the forest falling away behind me. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands tight on the wheel, my mind racing. I had been fishing at that lake for years, and I had never seen anything like that. I didn't know if I would ever go back. The drive home was a blur, the trees passing by, the road winding through the wilderness. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure following me, but there was nothing, just the empty road, the forest on either side. When I finally got home, I sat in the car for a long time, the engine off, the silence heavy. I tried to make sense of it, tried to tell myself it was just an animal, just a trick of the light. But I knew it wasn't. It was real. I saw it. I heard it. And it had seen me too. I still fish, but I don't go to that lake anymore. I stick to the rivers closer to home, the ones where there are always people around, where I can hear the sounds of civilization. The lake, with its quiet, its stillness, feels different now. It doesn't feel like a place of peace anymore. It feels like something else, something that I don't want to understand. Whatever was out there, it wanted me to know it was there. It wanted me to hear it, to see it, and I did. I don't know if I'll ever forget it. The way it moved, the way it watched. The rhythmic clack of the stones still echoes in my mind, a reminder of that day, of what I saw. I've stopped trying to explain it. Some things just don't have explanations. Some things are better left alone. Story 16. My name is Pete, and I've been driving trucks across the back roads of Washington for years now. I know the routes well, the remote stretches, the sharp curves, the places where the pavement gives way to dirt. It's what I do, hauling freight from one town to another, usually late at night when the roads are empty. Less traffic means I can move faster, and time is money in this business. It was a late Tuesday night, and I was heading down one of those empty stretches of road, deep in the forest, the kind of road where the trees close in on both sides, so tight that they almost form a tunnel. The only light was coming from my headlights, bright beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the gravel and the thick trunks of pine and fir. The engine hummed along steadily, a familiar comfort. I was just driving, focused on the lines ahead, my mind on the delivery schedule. Nothing unusual, nothing out of place, until something moved, something big, right at the edge of my lights. I caught it out of the corner of my eye, a flash of movement, a dark shape crossing the road ahead in a single bound. I hit the brakes instinctively, my foot slamming down, the truck lurching forward as the tires skidded slightly on the loose gravel. The headlights swung forward, illuminating the road, the trees beyond. I stared, my heart pounding. The road was empty now, nothing but dust hanging in the air. Whatever it was gone. I sat there, my hands gripping the wheel, my breath coming in short bursts. I tried to make sense of what I'd just seen. It wasn't a deer, wasn't a bear, too tall, too fast. It had moved upright, like a person, but it wasn't a person. I swallowed, my throat dry, my eyes scanning the trees, the shadows beyond the reach of my headlights. I told myself it was nothing, just an animal, something I wasn't used to seeing, maybe, but my gut knew better. My gut was telling me that whatever it wasn't something I'd seen before, and it wasn't something I wanted to see again. After a minute, I took a deep breath and eased off the brake. The truck rolled forward, the engine rumbling softly. I kept my eyes on the road, my foot light on the gas, my heart still pounding in my chest. I tried to shake off the feeling, to focus on driving. But it wasn't easy. My senses were on high alert, every shadow making me flinch, my eyes darting to the side mirrors, watching for movement. I kept driving, slower now, my headlights sweeping the road ahead. The trees seemed closer, darker. The night felt heavier, the kind of night where the air itself seemed to press in on you. I kept my window cracked, just enough to hear the sound of the tires on the gravel, the hum of the engine. But I heard something else too. A rustling, a crack like something moving through the underbrush, keeping pace with the truck. I glanced to my right, my eyes catching a glimpse of something between the trees, a shape moving parallel to the road, dark and fast. My heart skipped a beat, my grip tightening on the wheel. It was there, whatever I had seen before, it was following me. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I kept my eyes forward, trying to focus, trying to stay calm, but I could hear it, the sound of branches snapping, something crashing through the woods, keeping pace with the truck. I pushed the gas pedal down, the engine growling as the truck picked up speed. The sound stayed with me, just at the edge of hearing, like it was playing with me, letting me know it was there. I didn't dare look back. My eyes stayed on the road, the headlights illuminating the narrow path ahead, the gravel spitting out beneath the tires. I could feel my pulse in my throat, my breathing shallow, my chest tight. I wasn't scared easily, not after all these years of driving alone at night. But this was different. This was something I couldn't explain, something that didn't make sense. I pushed the truck harder, the engine roaring now, the headlights bouncing over the uneven road. I could still hear it, that rustling, that movement, like it was chasing me, but I wouldn't look. I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I just kept my eyes forward, my hands steady on the wheel, the road blurring beneath the beams of light. Finally, I saw a clearing up ahead, a break in the trees, the road widening as it joined with the main highway. I pressed down on the gas, the truck surging forward, the forest falling away as I burst into the open. The highway stretched ahead, empty and wide, and I kept going, pushing the truck faster, leaving the forest behind. I didn't slow down until I was miles away. The trees just a dark line in the distance, the road ahead straight and clear. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my hands loosening on the wheel, my heart still pounding. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but there was nothing, just darkness, the road disappearing into the night. I pulled over at a rest stop a few miles later, the engine rumbling as I brought the truck to a stop. I put it in park, my hands still shaking slightly, and took a deep breath. I looked around, the rest stop empty, the lights casting long shadows across the pavement. I rolled up the window, locking the doors out of habit, and leaned back in the seat, my eyes closed for a moment. I tried to make sense of it, to convince myself it was just an animal, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen, and I knew it wasn't something that belonged out there. It wasn't something that belonged anywhere near people. After a while, I started the engine again, the familiar rumble comforting in the silence. I pulled out of the rest stop, back onto the highway, the road stretching ahead, empty and quiet. I kept the headlights on high, my eyes scanning the shadows, my senses still on edge. The rest of the drive was uneventful, just the long stretch of road and the distant glow of the town ahead. When I finally pulled into the depot, the sun was just starting to rise, the first light creeping over the horizon. I parked the truck, turned off the engine, and sat there for a moment, the silence almost overwhelming. I could still feel the tension in my body, the fear that had gripped me out there in the forest. I got out of the truck, my legs feeling shaky, and headed inside to check in. The other drivers were there, chatting, drinking coffee, but I didn't join them. I signed the paperwork, handed over the keys, and headed for my car. I just wanted to get home, to put some distance between me and whatever had happened out there. I didn't tell anyone about it, not at first. Who would believe me? They'd think I was making it up, or that I'd just seen a bear, or maybe a shadow that looked like something it wasn't. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it was real. It was out there, in those woods, something that didn't belong. It took me a while to get back on the road. I took a few days off, told my boss I wasn't feeling well. When I finally got back behind the wheel, I chose a different route, one that stayed away from the forest, one that kept me on the open road. I didn't want to go back, didn't want to see whatever it was again. Even now, I still think about it, late at night when I'm driving down those empty roads. I can't help but glance at the trees, half expecting to see that shape again, moving between the trunks, keeping pace. I keep my window rolled up now, the doors locked, my eyes on the road. I don't want to take any chances, not after that night. Some things are better left alone, better left in the dark, and whatever was out there, I hope it stays there. I hope I never see it again, because I know deep down that if it wanted to, it could have done more than just follow me. It could have caught me. And that thought is enough to keep me driving, to keep me moving, never looking back. Story 17. There was something about that morning that didn't feel right. I was leading a small group of hikers up a remote trail in the Sierra Nevada, just another day on the job as a guide. We had a group of 6, mostly families, with parents and a couple of kids. The air was cool, crisp, and there was a faint mist hanging around the trees. It should have been just another hike, the kind I'd done 100 times before, but from the moment we started, I had this feeling. It was like a knot in my stomach, a sense that something was just off. We'd gotten an early start, hitting the trail around 7. The sun was still low, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the trees towering over us. The group was chatty at first, the kids laughing, the parents asking me about the area, the wildlife. I answered their questions, smiling, pointing out different plants, showing them the best places to look for tracks. About an hour in, the trail started to narrow, leading us into a denser section of the forest. The trees here were closer together, the light filtering down in thin, scattered rays. It was quiet, almost unnaturally so. I paused for a moment, listening, but there was nothing. No birds, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush, just silence. "Hey, Marla, are we stopping?" One of the dads, Roger, asked from the back of the group. He had his son, Jacob, walking beside him. The boy looked up at me, his eyes wide, curious. I forced a smile, trying to shake off the unease. "Just listening," I said, keeping my voice light. "Sometimes you can hear deer moving through the woods if you stay quiet." I kept us moving, leading the group further along the trail. But that feeling stayed with me. It was like we were being watched. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees, looking for movement. There was nothing there, just shadows and silence. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but it didn't help. The knot in my stomach only grew tighter. We reached a small clearing, a spot I usually stopped at to let everyone take a break, drink some water, rest their legs. The kids sat down on a fallen log, their parents handing them snacks, the usual granola bars and juice boxes. I stood a little off to the side, my eyes on the tree line. It felt like something was there, just out of sight, just beyond the edge of the clearing. "Marla, you okay?" Roger asked, walking up beside me. He handed me a water bottle, his brow furrowed. "Yeah, I don't know. Feels weird today. I said, taking the bottle, twisting off the cap. I took a sip, trying to shake the feeling, trying not to let it show. I was supposed to be the guide, the one who knew what she was doing, who made everyone else feel safe. Like what? Roger asked, his voice low, like he didn't want the kids to hear. I shook my head. I don't know. Probably nothing. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. We rested for a few more minutes, and then I got everyone up, moving again. I wanted to get through that section of the trail, get us back to more open ground where I could see further, where the trees didn't feel like they were pressing in on us. The group followed me, the kids lagging behind, Roger and his wife, Karen, keeping them moving. It was about another half hour before we heard it, a noise that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a low, guttural sound, almost like a growl, coming from somewhere off to our right. I turned, my heart leaping into my throat, my eyes scanning the trees. "Did you hear that?" Karen asked, her voice trembling. She grabbed her daughter's hand, pulling her closer. I nodded, my pulse quickening. "Everyone stay close," I said, my voice louder than I intended. I motioned for the group to gather near me, my eyes still on the trees. The growl came again, louder this time, closer. My stomach twisted, the fear clawing at me. It wasn't a bear. I knew the sounds bears made, and this wasn't it. It was deeper, more deliberate, like something was trying to let us know it was there. "Marla, what is that?" Roger asked, his face pale. The kids were quiet now, their eyes wide, scared. "I don't know," I admitted. I hated saying it, hated the way the words felt, the way they made the fear in the group spike. I needed to get them out of there. We needed to move, and fast. "All right, everyone, we're going to head back, okay?" I said, trying to keep my voice calm, steady. "Just stay together, keep close, and we're going to walk back to the clearing." The group nodded, the parents gathering their kids, their faces tight with fear. I turned, leading them back the way we came, my eyes constantly darting to the side, to the trees, looking for any sign of movement. The growl came again, this time from behind us, and I felt my stomach drop. We picked up the pace, the kids stumbling, the parents half dragging them along. My heart was pounding, my ears straining for any sound, any indication of where it was, of what it was. I could feel the fear like a weight on my chest, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. And then I saw it, a shape, moving between the trees, dark and tall, keeping pace with us. My blood ran cold, my legs feeling weak. It was big, bigger than any person, moving smoothly, almost silently. I could barely see it, just a shadow slipping between the trunks, but I knew it was there. "Go! Move faster!" I shouted, my voice cracking. The parents started to run, pulling the kids with them, their feet pounding on the trail, the sound echoing through the forest. I stayed at the back, my eyes on the trees, on that shape, trying to keep it in sight, trying to figure out what it was. The growl came again, louder, more aggressive, and I felt my heart skip a beat. It was getting closer. I could hear it moving now, the rustle of leaves, the snap of branches underfoot. It was following us, keeping pace, and it wasn't stopping. We broke through into the clearing, the group stumbling, gasping for breath. I turned, my chest heaving, my eyes scanning the tree line. The shape was gone. The forest was still, silent. But I knew it was there, just out of sight, watching. "Everyone, keep moving," I said, my voice shaking. "We're not stopping." The parents nodded, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. We moved through the clearing, back onto the trail that led to the main path, the one that would take us back to the trailhead, to safety. I kept looking back, my eyes darting to the trees, the shadows. I could feel it, that presence, that sense of being watched. It was still there. It hadn't gone. The trail felt longer on the way back, every step feeling like a struggle, the fear pressing down on me. The kids were crying now, their parents trying to shush them, to keep them calm. I wanted to run, wanted to get them out of there as fast as possible, but I knew we couldn't. We had to stay together, had to keep moving, steady and careful. We reached a bend in the trail, and I glanced back, my heart pounding, and there it was, standing at the edge of the clearing, just for a moment. Tall, dark, its eyes reflecting the light, watching us. My breath caught, my body going cold. It was real, it was there. I turned, pushing the group forward, my voice trembling. Go! Don't look back. The trail sloped downward, the ground uneven, and we stumbled, half running, half falling. My legs were burning, my lungs aching, but I didn't stop. I could hear it behind us, the rustle of leaves, the snap of branches. It was following, keeping pace, and it wasn't stopping. The main path came into view, the wider trail that led back to the parking lot, and I felt a rush of hope, a burst of energy. We were close. We could make it. I pushed the group forward, my eyes on the trail, on the light filtering through the trees. We hit the main path, the wide dirt trail stretching out ahead of us, and I turned, my chest heaving. The forest behind us was still, silent. The shape was gone. The presence, that feeling of being watched, had lifted. I could feel my legs shaking, my hands trembling, the fear still raw, still there. We didn't stop. We kept moving, the group huddled together, the parents holding their kids close. No one spoke, the only sound our footsteps on the dirt, the ragged breathing of the group. The parking lot came into view, the cars sitting there, the sight of them almost enough to bring tears to my eyes. We reached the cars, and I turned, looking back down the trail, my heart still pounding. The forest was quiet, still, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. I couldn't see anything, no movement, no sign of what had followed us. The parents loaded the kids into the cars, their faces pale, their hands still shaking. Roger walked up to me, his eyes wide, his face lined with fear. "What the hell was that, Marla?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, my mouth dry, the words catching in my throat. "I don't know," I said. "But it wasn't a bear." Roger nodded, his face tight, and he turned, getting into the car with his family. I watched as they drove away, the cars disappearing down the road, the sound of the engines fading. I stood there for a moment, my body still trembling, my mind replaying what I had seen, what I had felt, the shape, the eyes, the way it had followed us, the way it had watched. It wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't something I wanted to understand. I got into my own car, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, and I started the engine, the sound loud in the silence. I took one last look at the trailhead, the path leading back into the forest, and I felt that knot in my stomach tighten again. Whatever it was still out there, and I wasn't coming back. I drove away, the road winding through the trees, the forest slowly falling away behind me. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my chest, a reminder of what I had seen, of what had followed us. I didn't know what it was. I didn't want to know. The Sierra Nevada had always felt like home to me, a place of peace, of calm. But now it felt different. It felt like something was there, something watching, something that didn't want us there. And I knew I wouldn't forget it. Not ever. Story 18. My name is Clara, and I work as a botanist. Most of my job involves getting out into the field to catalogue and study different plants, often in remote areas. The day this happened, I was in Northern California, far out in a section of forest where I was looking for a particular type of moss that only grows under specific conditions. It's not the kind of place most people bother to go, but I've always preferred solitude. The forest was thick, Trees crowded together so tightly that only slivers of sunlight broke through the canopy. I was a few miles in, my backpack heavy with gear, my GPS clipped to the shoulder strap, and my notebook in my hand. I was focused, taking notes on the plants I saw, the type of undergrowth, and the moisture levels of the soil. It was a typical workday for me, quiet, calm, just me and the wilderness. After a while, I came across a small clearing. It was nothing special, just a break in the trees where the sun shone through a bit more brightly. I decided it was a good spot to take a break. I sat down on a flat rock, setting my pack beside me, and took out my water bottle. I took a long drink, feeling the cool water soothe my throat. The air was crisp, the scent of pine strong around me. I closed my eyes for a moment, enjoying the quiet. That's when I heard it. A rustling sound, not far off. I opened my eyes, my body tensing slightly. It wasn't the wind, it was deliberate, like something moving through the underbrush. I turned my head, my eyes scanning the edge of the clearing. I couldn't see anything, just shadows and trees. I stayed still, listening. The sound came again. This time it was clearer, like footsteps, heavy, slow. My heart began to beat a little faster. I'd been out here long enough to recognize the difference between an animal moving and something else. This was something else. I put the cap back on my water bottle and slipped it into my pack, my eyes still on the tree line. I was crouched down now, half hidden by the rock, my senses on high alert. The rustling grew louder, and then I saw it. A shape, dark, moving through the trees just beyond the clearing. My breath caught in my throat. It was tall, much taller than a person, and bulky. It moved with a strange, almost deliberate slowness. I felt my stomach twist. This wasn't normal. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't something I wanted to be near. I crouched lower, my hands pressed against the rough surface of the rock, my eyes fixed on the figure. It stepped out from behind a tree, and I got a better look at it. It was covered in hair, thick and dark, its shoulders broad, its arms long. It was walking on two legs, like a person, but it wasn't a person. My heart was pounding now, my body tense, every muscle screaming at me to stay still, to stay quiet. I watched as it moved toward the clearing, its head turning slowly, like it was looking for something. My breath was shallow, my chest tight. I couldn't make out its face, not clearly, but I could see the outline of its features. Deep-set eyes, a flat nose, a wide mouth. It looked aware, like it knew where it was going, like it was searching for something. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. It stepped closer to the clearing, and I felt my heart skip a beat. It was too close. I needed to get out of there. Slowly, I started to move, inching backward, keeping my eyes on it. I reached for my pack, my fingers brushing against the strap, my movements slow, careful. The creature paused, its head snapping up, and I froze. For a long moment, everything was still. I could hear my heart pounding, the blood rushing in my ears. The creature tilted its head, like it was listening, and I held my breath, my body as still as I could make it. It was watching the clearing, its eyes scanning the area, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Then it turned. It moved away from the clearing, stepping back into the shadows of the trees, disappearing from sight. I didn't move. I waited, listening, my body tense, ready to bolt if it came back. I could hear it moving, the rustling growing fainter, until finally there was nothing but silence. I let out a breath, my body sagging slightly. My hands were shaking, my palms sweaty. I grabbed my pack, pulling it toward me, my eyes still on the tree line. I knew I needed to leave, to get as far away from there as possible. I stood up slowly, my legs unsteady, and slipped the pack onto my shoulders. I turned, moving as quietly as I could, my feet crunching softly on the forest floor. Every sound seemed too loud, every step a risk. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my eyes darting to the shadows, half expecting to see that figure following me. But there was nothing, just trees, just the forest, silent and indifferent. The trail back to where I had parked my car felt endless. My body was on high alert, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig making me flinch. I tried to move quickly but carefully, my eyes scanning the woods around me, my ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. After what felt like hours, I finally saw the outline of my car through the trees. My heart leaped, and I moved faster, practically jogging the last stretch of the trail. I reached the car, my hands fumbling for the keys, my fingers still trembling. I unlocked the door, climbed in, and slammed it shut behind me, locking it again out of instinct. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could still feel the fear, the cold knot in my stomach, the way my body had gone rigid when I saw that thing. I looked up, scanning the tree line, but there was nothing, just the empty trail, just the quiet forest. I started the engine, the sound loud in the silence, and put the car in gear. I pulled out onto the dirt road, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, watching the tree line until it disappeared from view. I kept driving, the road winding through the forest, the trees slowly thinning out as I moved further away. The drive back to town was a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen, the way it had moved, the way it had looked at the clearing, like it knew something was there. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, just some kind of bear, maybe, but I knew that wasn't true. It wasn't a bear, and it wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. When I finally got home, I parked in the driveway and just sat there, the engine ticking as it cooled. I looked at my hands, still gripping the wheel, my knuckles white. I forced myself to let go, taking a deep breath, trying to calm down. I was safe. I was home. I went inside, locking the door behind me, and set my pack down on the floor. I made my way to the kitchen, my legs feeling like jelly, and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were still shaking, and I had to set the glass down before I spilled it. I took a deep breath, leaning against the counter, my eyes closed. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not at first. I didn't know how to explain it, didn't know if anyone would even believe me. It sounded crazy, like something out of a story, not something that actually happened, but it was real. I had seen it. I had felt that fear, that certainty that I wasn't alone out there. I still go out into the field. It's my job, and I love it. But I haven't been back to that part of the forest since. I stick to the more traveled areas, the places where I know other people are nearby. I can't shake the feeling that whatever that thing was, it's still out there, somewhere in those woods, moving through the trees, watching, and I know one thing for sure, I don't want to see it again. Once was enough. Some things are better left alone, better left as mysteries. And whatever that was, I'm fine with never finding out. Story 19. Yellowstone in the early morning is different from anywhere else. The air feels raw, cold enough to sting a bit when you breathe in. The mist hangs low, wrapping itself around the trunks of pine trees and rolling across the open valleys. It's the kind of place where silence feels heavy. I was there to photograph wolves. It was supposed to be a quiet, solitary experience. Just me, my camera, and the early light. The park was empty at that hour, just the way I liked it. I had parked my SUV near a trailhead that most people ignored, the kind of place where the trees grew close together and the paths weren't as well marked. I had my camera gear, a backpack with a couple of snacks, and a thermos of coffee. I wanted to find a good vantage point, maybe catch a glimpse of one of the packs before the sun fully broke over the hills. I was crouched behind a set of bushes, the leaves still wet with dew, my camera pointed at a clearing up ahead. I had seen a few elk there earlier, and I knew wolves would be in the area if they could smell prey. I was patient, careful not to make noise. my finger resting on the shutter, waiting for that perfect moment. Then I heard it, a noise behind me, a branch snapping, echoing louder than it should have in the quiet of the early morning. My body tensed, my head snapping around. The forest was still, the fog thick. I couldn't see anything. My heart gave a quick thud in my chest, my senses suddenly on high alert. I took a deep breath, telling myself it was probably just an elk or some other animal passing by. I turned back to my camera, trying to refocus, but the feeling didn't leave me, that feeling of being watched. My ears strained for any sound, and I realized that even the birds had gone quiet. The only noise was the distant rustle of the leaves as the wind moved through them. I shifted my weight, my legs beginning to cramp from crouching so long, and adjusted the camera lens. That's when I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. I froze. There, in the dense shadows of the forest, something moved. I couldn't see it clearly, just a flash of dark, something upright, something that shouldn't have been there. I turned, my breath catching in my throat, my eyes scanning the trees. It was gone. The woods were silent, unmoving, and the mist was thicker now, almost as if it was trying to hide something from me. I swallowed hard, my pulse quickening. I wasn't alone. I lowered the camera, my hands starting to shake slightly, and listened again. Nothing. No more snapping branches, no more movement. Just silence. I slowly stood up, my knees protesting, my eyes still scanning the woods, every shadow looking like it was hiding something. I didn't want to be there anymore. That sudden rush of excitement I felt when I first got there, the thrill of the hunt for that perfect photo, it was all gone now. Replaced by something else, something cold creeping into my chest. I slung the camera around my neck, reaching for my backpack, my fingers trembling. I started to move back toward the trailhead, my steps slow and deliberate, trying not to make any noise. I could feel the damp earth beneath my boots, the chill of the morning air pressing in on me. My eyes kept flicking back, scanning the shadows, my ears straining for anything that would tell me I wasn't imagining it. Then I heard it again, a deep, low grunt, almost like a growl. It reverberated through the trees, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My stomach dropped. I spun around, my eyes wide, trying to pinpoint where the sound had come from. There, between two trees, maybe 50 yards away, I saw it. A figure. It was tall, broad, covered in dark fur. It was moving, almost gliding through the trees, as if it was perfectly at home there, as if it knew every inch of that forest. It wasn't a bear. I knew that immediately. It walked on two legs, its stride fluid, its eyes locked onto me. My chest tightened, fear surging through me, my mind racing. I had to move. I had to get out of there. I turned, breaking into a run, my feet pounding on the forest floor, my breath coming in short gasps. My camera swung wildly against my chest, the lens cap clattering, the sound far too loud in the empty woods. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The only thing that mattered was getting away, putting as much distance as I could between me and whatever that was. The forest was a blur around me, the mist thickening, making it harder to see. Branches whipped at my face, stinging, tearing at my jacket. My heart pounded in my ears, my muscles screaming with each step. I could feel the panic rising, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I had never felt this kind of fear before, primal, overpowering, driving me forward with no other thought but escape. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, almost sending me sprawling. I caught myself just in time, pushing off, forcing my legs to keep moving, the adrenaline surging through me. I could hear something behind me now, branches snapping, leaves rustling, something moving fast, something big. My lungs burned, my legs aching as I pushed myself harder. The trailhead still out of sight, still too far away. I could feel it getting closer. That presence bearing down on me, that cold, heavy feeling of being hunted. My mind raced, every thought jumbled, incoherent. I couldn't stop. If I stopped, it would catch me. Finally, through the trees, I saw it. The outline of my SUV, barely visible through the mist, parked at the edge of the trailhead. A surge of hope shot through me, giving me one last burst of energy. I ran, my feet pounding on the gravel as I broke through the tree line, stumbling toward the vehicle. I reached the door, my hands fumbling with the keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my fingers trembling so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I glanced back, my eyes wide, and saw it, just at the edge of the woods, standing there, watching me. My heart lurched. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen. Its body was covered in dark, matted hair, its eyes locked onto mine, unblinking. I could see the intelligence there, something that sent a cold shiver down my spine. It wasn't just an animal. It knew exactly what it was doing, exactly how close it had gotten. I yanked the door open, throwing myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. My hands shook as I locked the doors, my chest heaving, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I reached for the ignition, the key slipping in my sweaty grip, and turned it, the engine roaring to life. I didn't wait. I threw it into drive, the tires spinning in the loose gravel before catching, the SUV lurching forward. I sped down the narrow road, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, expecting to see it following, running after me. But there was nothing, just the empty trail, the mist slowly swallowing up the woods behind me. My hands were still shaking as I drove, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I had seen. The road wound through the forest, the trees blurring past, the mist thick and heavy. I kept looking back, my eyes darting to the mirror, half expecting to see that shape, those eyes, but there was nothing. It wasn't until I hit the main road that I finally let out a breath, my body sagging, the adrenaline slowly fading, leaving me feeling weak, drained. I pulled over to the side, my hands gripping the wheel, my heart still pounding in my chest. I tried to steady my breathing, tried to calm myself, but the fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach. I looked at my camera, still hanging from my neck, the lens covered in dirt, the strap twisted. I didn't want to look at the pictures. I didn't want to see if I had caught it on film, if there was proof of what I had seen. I knew what I had seen. I didn't need a photograph to tell me it was real. The sun was higher now, the mist starting to lift, the world beginning to look normal again. But I knew it wasn't. I knew that something was out there, something that had watched me, something that had followed me, and I knew I wasn't going back. I started the car again, pulling back onto the road, the engine rumbling, the tires crunching on the gravel. The fear was still there, sitting heavy in my chest, a reminder of what had happened, of what I had seen. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. Yellowstone had always been a place of beauty to me, a place of solitude, of peace. But now, it felt different. It felt like something was lurking, something that didn't want to be seen, something that didn't belong. I couldn't shake that feeling, that image of the dark figure standing at the edge of the woods, its eyes watching me. I drove away. The forest slowly falling away behind me, the road winding through the hills. I didn't look back, I just kept driving. The fear still there, still raw, still real. I knew I wouldn't forget it. Not ever. Story 20. My name is Miles, and I'm the kind of person who likes to explore abandoned places. People call it urban exploration, but I'm not much for labels. I just like the quiet, the solitude, the history left behind. So when I heard about an abandoned area near Mount Rainier, I knew I had to check it out. They said it used to be a logging camp, long forgotten now, tucked away deep in the woods where few people go. It was late afternoon when I parked my truck at the end of a dirt trail. The sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows over the trees, and there was a chill in the air. I packed light, a flashlight, a couple of snacks, a water bottle, my camera, and a small knife. The area wasn't on any map, but I had found a few old references to it online. The kind of thing you find after hours of searching obscure forums, just the way I liked it. I set off on foot, moving through the thick underbrush. The path was overgrown, almost non-existent, and I had to push my way through, the branches snagging at my jacket. The air was crisp, and the only sound was the crunch of my boots on the ground and the occasional rustle of leaves above me. I knew I was alone. That's what I liked. The sense of being somewhere that nobody else was. A place left to nature. It took me about an hour before I found it. The remains of the old camp. There were a few scattered buildings, mostly collapsed, their roofs caved in and the walls leaning precariously. Rusted tools lay scattered around, half buried in the dirt. The forest had started to reclaim it, vines climbing over the walls, moss covering the splintered wood. I took a moment to just stand there, looking at it. The quiet was heavy, but it felt peaceful. I moved toward one of the buildings, my camera in hand, snapping pictures as I went. The light was fading, and I knew I didn't have much time before it got dark. I wanted to see as much as I could before then. The building was small, probably an old bunkhouse. The door was hanging off one hinge, and I had to push it to get inside. The wood creaked under my weight, but it held. Inside, it smelled of rot and damp wood. The floor was covered in debris, broken boards, old cans, bits of rusted metal. I stepped carefully, shining my flashlight around. There were bunks along one wall, the mattresses long gone, just the metal frames left behind. I moved further in, the beam of my flashlight sweeping over the walls, catching faded writing scratched into the wood. Names, dates, a few crude drawings, people who had lived here, worked here. I liked that, knowing I was standing where others had stood, seeing what they had left behind. I was just about to leave when I heard something. A noise from outside, a low, scraping sound like something being dragged over the ground. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat, my flashlight pointing toward the door. The sound stopped. Silence. I stood there, listening, my pulse starting to quicken. Maybe it was an animal, I told myself. Probably just a deer or a raccoon. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease. I turned back toward the door, stepping over the debris, the wood creaking underfoot. I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning, and stepped outside. The clearing was empty, the buildings dark against the twilight sky. I scanned the area, my flashlight cutting through the shadows, but there was nothing, just the trees, the old buildings, the fading light. I moved toward another building, trying to focus on my exploration. I didn't want to let my imagination get the better of me. The second building was larger, maybe an old storage shed. The door was gone, just an empty frame. I stepped inside, the floor here covered in leaves and dirt, the walls lined with empty shelves. Then I heard it again. The same scraping sound, only louder this time, closer. My heart skipped a beat, and I spun around, the flashlight beam darting across the interior. Nothing, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. The sound had been real, something moving, something heavy. I stepped back out of the building, my eyes scanning the clearing, the beam of my flashlight bouncing over the trees. The air felt colder now, the shadows deeper. I turned slowly, my senses on high alert, every muscle in my body tense. That's when I saw it. Movement at the edge of the clearing, a dark shape just beyond the reach of the light. I felt a jolt of fear, my stomach tightening. It was tall, standing between the trees, half hidden in the shadows. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching. My breath caught in my throat and I felt my hands start to shake. I took a step back, my flashlight fixed on the figure, but it didn't move. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky, barely a whisper. No response, just silence, heavy and pressing. The shape stayed where it was, unmoving, its outline barely visible. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. I took another step back, my mind racing. It didn't look human, it was too big, its shoulders too broad, the way it stood too still. I turned, my feet moving before my brain could catch up. I didn't run, not yet, but I walked quickly, my flashlight bouncing in my hand, my breath coming in short gasps. I moved toward the path I had come in on, my eyes darting to the sides, scanning the tree line, the shadows. I could hear my own footsteps, the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot, but I kept listening for something else, the scraping, the movement, and then it came. A crash from behind me, the sound of something moving through the underbrush, heavy, deliberate. My heart leapt into my throat, and I started to run. No more walking, no more trying to stay calm. Just running, my feet pounding against the forest floor, my flashlight beam shaking wildly. I could hear it behind me, the sound of branches snapping, something crashing through the woods, following me. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see it, didn't want to know how close it was. I just ran, my legs burning, my chest tight, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The path was barely visible, the light fading fast, but I didn't care. I had to get out. I had to reach the truck. The noise behind me was getting closer, the crashing growing louder, like it was gaining on me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs aching, my body screaming at me to stop, to rest, but I couldn't. The fear was too real, too immediate. I could feel it, the sense of something right behind me, something that shouldn't be there. Finally, I saw it. The glint of metal through the trees, the truck. My heart surged, and I forced my legs to move faster, my feet slipping on the loose dirt, almost tripping. I reached the truck, my hands fumbling for the keys, my fingers shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I got the door open, throwing myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. I locked the doors, my breath coming in gasps, my hands still trembling. I looked out the window, the flashlight beam cutting across the clearing, the trees beyond. I couldn't see anything, just darkness, just the quiet of the forest. But I knew it was out there. I could feel it, the sense of being watched, of something standing just beyond the edge of the light. I started the engine, the sound roaring to life, breaking the silence. I put the truck in gear, my hands still shaking, and hit the gas. The tires spun for a moment before catching, and I sped away, the headlights bouncing over the uneven ground, the forest blurring past. I kept my eyes on the road, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, the road straightening out, the trees thinning. Only then did I let myself breathe, my hands loosening on the wheel, the fear slowly ebbing away. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but there was nothing. Just the empty road, the forest fading into the distance. I pulled over eventually, my hands still trembling, my body exhausted. I sat there, the engine idling, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I tried to make sense of it, tried to tell myself it was just an animal, just my imagination, but I knew it wasn't. I knew what I had seen, and I knew it was real. I haven't been back since. I don't think I ever will. That place, those old buildings, it's not meant for people anymore. It belongs to whatever is out there, whatever watches from the shadows, whatever waits in the dark, and I'm fine with leaving it alone. Some places are better left forgotten, and whatever is out there, I hope it stays that way, far away, in the dark, where it belongs. Story 21. It was supposed to be just a quick overnight trip. Just me and my old friend, Tom, out in the middle of nowhere, escaping the noise of the city. We had planned to camp by this secluded lake in the Washington wilderness. Nothing fancy, just a couple of tents, a campfire, and a cooler full of beer. We'd been doing trips like this for years, a tradition that helped us unwind and forget about the stress of work. The lake was hidden, far from any established campgrounds, and getting there required a couple of hours of driving down some rugged back roads, followed by a solid hike through dense forest, the kind of place you only found if you were looking for it. We arrived late in the afternoon, the sky turning a deep orange as the sun started to dip behind the treetops. The forest around the lake was dense, the air cool, and the sound of the wind through the trees was the only noise. Perfect, I thought. This was what we wanted, just us, nature, and no interruptions. We set up camp right by the water. The lake stretched out in front of us like a dark mirror, reflecting the sky. The trees on the far side cast long shadows across the surface, the water so still that it seemed like time had stopped. We got a fire going, the crackle of the flames filling the silence, and Tom opened a couple of beers, passing one to me. "To peace and quiet," Tom said, raising his bottle. "To peace and quiet," I echoed, clinking mine against his. We drank, the cold beer refreshing after the long hike, the warmth of the fire starting to chase away the chill of the approaching night. It got dark fast. Out there, without any city lights, it felt like someone had thrown a blanket over the world. The fire was our only source of light, flickering, casting dancing shadows across the trees. We talked, mostly about the usual, work, old stories from college, plans for the next trip. The air was crisp, the stars bright above us, and for a while it felt perfect. Then something changed. The wind died down, the air grew still. The noises of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, faded into silence. It happened so gradually that I didn't notice at first, until Tom paused mid-sentence, his brow furrowing. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. I listened, my eyes narrowing. I didn't hear anything, and that was the problem. The silence was heavy, oppressive, the kind of silence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "I don't like this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but I could feel a tension in my chest, a tightness that hadn't been there before. Tom nodded, staring out into the dark woods beyond the firelight. "Feels off, doesn't it?" I nodded, my eyes scanning the tree line. The fire crackled, sending up a shower of sparks, and I flinched at the sudden noise. My heart was starting to pound, a sense of unease settling over me, cold and unwelcome. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the dark playing tricks on us. We'd been out here 1,000 times, and nothing had ever happened. But then we heard it. A snap, loud and clear, like a branch breaking underfoot. It came from somewhere out there, just beyond the edge of the firelight. My head snapped toward the sound, my body tensing, my breath catching in my throat. "Did you hear that?" Tom asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," I said, my eyes straining to see into the dark. The firelight didn't reach far enough, leaving the forest beyond, in deep shadows. My imagination filled in the gaps, shapes moving where there shouldn't have been any, something lurking just out of sight. We both sat there, frozen, listening. There was nothing for a long moment, just the crackling of the fire and the pounding of my own heartbeat. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. It was probably just an animal, a deer, maybe a raccoon, but something about it felt wrong, deliberate, like it wasn't just an accident. Then another sound, a low, guttural grunt, deep and resonant, like nothing I'd ever heard before. My chest tightened, my hands going cold. I looked at Tom, and I could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear that was gripping me. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "I don't know," I said, shaking my head. My eyes darted back to the tree line, my pulse quickening. The noise had come from the same direction as the snap, somewhere in the shadows beyond the fire. I felt a chill run down my spine, my body tensing, every muscle ready to bolt. "We should go," Tom said, his voice tight, his eyes never leaving the dark. I nodded. "Yeah, pack up. Let's get out of here." We moved quickly, grabbing our gear, shoving things into our backpacks with shaking hands. The fire cast long, flickering shadows, and every rustle, every crack had me snapping my head up, my eyes scanning the darkness, expecting to see something coming at us. The noise came again, a deep grunt, closer this time. My stomach twisted, fear surging through me. I glanced at Tom, and he looked pale, his eyes wide, his hands fumbling with the tent poles. We weren't going to make it. We needed to leave now. "Oh, screw it. Leave the tent," I said, my voice cracking. "Just grab what you can. We have to go." Tom nodded, dropping the poles, grabbing his backpack. We turned, moving toward the path that led back to the car, the darkness pressing in around us. The firelight growing fainter with each step. My heart was pounding, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps, my ears straining for any sound, any sign that it was following. The path was narrow, winding through the dense forest, the darkness almost complete now. I had a small flashlight, the beam bouncing as I moved, barely illuminating the ground in front of me. Tom was right behind me, his breathing loud, ragged. I could feel the fear like a weight on my chest, my muscles aching from the tension. Then, behind us, I heard it. A crashing sound, like something moving through the underbrush, something big. My heart skipped a beat, my body going cold. I didn't look back, I just ran, my feet pounding on the dirt path, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Tom was right behind me, his footsteps heavy, his breath coming in panicked gasps. The crashing grew louder, closer, the sound of branches snapping, leaves rustling, something moving fast. My chest was tight, my lungs burning, but I pushed myself harder, the flashlight flickering as I ran. I could hear Tom behind me, his footsteps uneven, stumbling, but he kept up, the fear driving us both forward. The car was ahead, barely visible through the trees, and I felt a surge of hope, a burst of energy. I sprinted, my legs burning, my body screaming in protest. I could still hear it behind us, the crashing, the growling, something coming after us. We burst out of the trees, the car right in front of us, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I glanced back, my eyes wide, and I saw it, a dark shape at the edge of the tree line, tall, broad, its eyes reflecting the dim light of the flashlight. I yanked the door open, throwing myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. Tom did the same on the other side, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. I turned the key, the engine roaring to life, and I threw it into gear, the tires spinning in the dirt before catching, the car lurching forward. We sped down the narrow road, the forest blurring past, the darkness pressing in around us. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following. I just kept driving, my eyes on the road, the headlights cutting through the dark. Neither of us spoke. The only sound was the rumble of the engine, the crunch of gravel under the tires. Our heavy breathing slowly beginning to calm. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see that shape, those eyes, but there was nothing. Just the empty road, winding through the forest, the darkness slowly falling away behind us. It wasn't until we hit the highway that I finally let out a breath, my body sagging, the adrenaline fading, leaving me feeling weak, drained. I glanced at Tom, and he looked at me, his face pale, his eyes wide. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I said, shaking my head. "But it wasn't a bear." Tom nodded, swallowing hard, his hands trembling as he reached for his seatbelt, clicking it into place. We didn't say anything else. We just drove, the road stretching out ahead of us, the headlights cutting through the dark, the fear still sitting heavy in my chest. We made it back to town just before dawn, the first light of morning starting to peek over the horizon. We pulled into Tom's driveway, and I shut off the engine, the silence suddenly deafening. We sat there for a moment, neither of us moving, neither of us speaking. "Are you okay?" I finally asked, my voice shaking. Tom nodded, though he didn't look at me. "Yeah, you," I nodded, even though I didn't feel okay. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, the memory of that shape, those eyes, still fresh, still real. We got out of the car, and Tom turned to me, his face serious. "We're not going back there," he said, his voice steady, determined. I nodded. Agreed. We didn't say anything else. Tom turned and went inside, and I got back in the car, driving the short distance to my own house, the morning light growing brighter. I parked, sitting there for a long moment, my hands still trembling, my mind replaying everything that had happened. I knew one thing for sure. Whatever we had seen out there, whatever had followed us, it wasn't something I wanted to face again, and I wouldn't. The Washington wilderness, once a place of peace and solitude, now felt like something else, something dark, something dangerous. I got out of the car, walking up to my front door, the fear still there, still raw, still real. I knew I wouldn't forget it. Not ever. Story 22. My name is Alex, and I'm a biologist. My work takes me to a lot of remote places, far from civilization. I like it that way. I get to study things others rarely see, the untouched parts of nature. This time, I was deep in the Black Forest in Germany. It was early spring, the weather still cool but pleasant enough for long days in the field. The purpose of my trip was simple. I was there to document and collect samples of some rare plant species that grow only in these parts. I had spent the entire day hiking through the dense woods, my backpack loaded with notebooks, samples, and a few tools. The forest here was old, the trees towering over me, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was quiet, almost eerily so, but that was normal for this place. As the day wore on, I realized I had wandered farther than I meant to. The sun was starting to dip, the light turning gold through the gaps in the trees. I wasn't worried. I had my GPS, and I was good at finding my way back. I decided to wrap things up and head back to the small cabin I had rented for the week. I packed away my gear, tightening the straps on my backpack, and started the hike back. The forest felt different as the light faded. The colors changed, the shadows grew longer, and everything seemed to quiet down even more. The only sound was my own footsteps crunching over the fallen leaves and twigs. I kept a steady pace, keeping an eye on my GPS, watching the numbers tick down as I got closer to where I'd parked. That's when I heard it. A sound. It wasn't an animal noise, not the kind of sound I was used to hearing out here. It was a rustling, deliberate, like something moving through the underbrush not far from me. I stopped, turning my head, my eyes scanning the trees. There was nothing, just darkness between the trunks, the faint outline of branches. I waited, listening, my heart starting to beat a little faster. The rustling came again, louder this time, like something or someone was walking through the forest, keeping to the shadows. My chest tightened, a prickling sensation running down the back of my neck. I wasn't alone. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was probably an animal. A deer, maybe. They moved quietly, but if one was curious enough, it might have wandered close. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, didn't want to let my imagination get the best of me. I adjusted my backpack, the straps digging into my shoulders, and kept moving, my eyes darting between the trees as I walked. The rustling followed me. Every few minutes, I'd hear it again. Not directly behind me, but off to the side, just out of sight. It was moving with me, pacing me. I stopped again, my heart pounding in my ears, my eyes straining to see through the dim light. The rustling stopped too. My mouth went dry. I turned slowly, scanning the woods. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound, but I knew something was out there. I picked up the pace, my feet moving faster now, the GPS still clutched in my hand, the screen glowing faintly in the growing darkness. I could feel my pulse quickening, my breath coming in short bursts. I didn't like this. I didn't like not knowing what was out there. I'd been in the woods enough times to know when something felt wrong, and this felt very wrong. I heard the rustling again, louder this time, closer. My chest tightened, and I glanced over my shoulder, my flashlight still in my pocket. I didn't want to use it, not yet. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, didn't want to see what was following me, but the sound was getting closer, the movement more deliberate. It was like it knew I was there, like it was coming for me. I finally pulled out the flashlight, clicking it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I swept it across the trees, the light bouncing off trunks, leaves, empty spaces. I didn't see anything, but the rustling stopped again. I took a shaky breath, trying to convince myself it was just an animal, that it was nothing. But my gut told me otherwise. I turned the light off, deciding that getting back to the cabin was more important than finding out what was in those woods. I started walking faster, almost jogging, my boots crunching over the leaves, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound started up again, following me, keeping pace. I could feel the fear building now, my body tensing, adrenaline flooding my veins. It wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate, too aware. I broke into a run, my backpack jostling against my back, the weight throwing me off balance. I didn't care. I just needed to get out. I needed to put as much distance between me and whatever was out there as I could. I could hear it moving now, louder, like it wasn't bothering to stay hidden anymore. Branches snapped, underbrush crackled, something large moving quickly through the trees. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, my lungs aching with each breath. The GPS was still in my hand, the numbers counting down, telling me I was getting closer, but it didn't feel fast enough. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to go faster, to not look back. Then I saw it, just a glimpse, a flash of movement to my left, a dark shape moving between the trees. It was tall, much taller than any person, its outline bulky, its arms swinging as it ran. My heart skipped a beat, a jolt of fear shooting through me. I pushed myself harder, my feet pounding against the ground, the forest blurring around me. I couldn't think, couldn't process what I was seeing. I just knew I needed to get away. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, and I fell, my knee hitting the ground hard. Pain shot up my leg, but I forced myself up, my hands scraping against the dirt, my breathing ragged. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I could still hear it, the sound of it crashing through the woods, moving closer, relentless. I finally broke through the tree line, the clearing opening up ahead of me, the faint outline of my cabin just visible in the distance. My heart leaped, and I sprinted, my legs feeling like they might give out, my chest tight with fear. I could hear it behind me, the sound of something moving, crashing through the forest, and I didn't dare look back. I reached the cabin, my hands fumbling for the keys in my pocket, my fingers trembling so badly I almost dropped them. I got the key in the lock, twisted it, and shoved the door open, stumbling inside. I slammed it shut behind me, the noise echoing in the small space. I locked it, every lock I could find, my breath coming in gasps, my hands shaking. I backed away from the door, my eyes wide, my ears straining for any sound. The cabin was dark, only the faint light from my flashlight illuminating the room. I could hear my heart pounding, my pulse racing, the fear still gripping me. I moved to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to see outside. The clearing was empty, the forest was still. I stayed there for what felt like hours, my eyes scanning the tree line, waiting, watching for any sign of movement. There was nothing, just the darkness of the forest, the quiet pressing in on all sides. Slowly, my breathing began to steady, the adrenaline fading, leaving me shaky, exhausted. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, my head resting on my knees. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself, trying to process what had happened. I had no explanation for it, no way to understand what I had seen, what had followed me. It didn't make sense. Nothing about it made sense. I spent the rest of the night awake, my flashlight clutched in my hand, my eyes darting to the window every few minutes. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't relax. I knew I wasn't alone out there, that something had been watching me, following me. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was real. I had seen it, heard it, felt the fear in my gut. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, I packed my things. I didn't bother with breakfast, didn't take the time to even look around the cabin. I just wanted to leave. I threw my gear in the car, my eyes constantly darting to the tree line, watching for any sign of movement. The forest looked different in the daylight, less threatening, but I knew better. I knew what was out there. I started the car, the engine rumbling to life, and pulled out of the clearing, the tires crunching over the gravel. I didn't look back. I just focused on the road ahead, the forest slowly falling away behind me, the weight of the night still heavy on my mind. I haven't been back since. I don't know if I ever will. The Black Forest is beautiful, full of life, but it's also hiding something, something that doesn't want to be found, something that watches, that follows. And I'm not about to test my luck again. Whatever it was, it can stay there, deep in the woods, far away from me.